All right, Mr. Chair, the YouTube live stream is active, so whenever you're ready, go for it.
Okay. Good afternoon. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx webinar and online digital platform and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may do so by watching on YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We also ask that you mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled and we will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time, and at all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission guidelines. Deadlines. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance, and the host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. Land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to the property, permissions to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consents to sever properties to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the TLAB, in the event of an appeal, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government recently amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. As of November 28, 2022, only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies as specified in the Planning Act, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act rather, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. The hearing procedure in the virtual world, we do not vet the agendas, and after we deal with the deferral items, we'll go in order. In making your submissions where an application is uncontested, it may be contested in terms of letters, but there's no one in present to make the submissions. Then the agent or applicant may proceed with the presentation should they desire. Where the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to address the committee, and the committee may ask questions and then take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will begin with a maximum 5 minutes to address the committee, and there's a clock up in the room, and as you approach 5 minutes, especially where there's numerous speakers on a particular application, you'll be asked to wrap up. When addressing the committee, please remember to start off by clearly stating your name and address for the record, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent proceeds first in a contested application or an application when there's going to be submissions made other than the applicant or agent, and makes their presentation to the committee on their application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals made at the hearing today. the committee may decide to defer the application if being substantially revised in order to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application have been informed of the changes. Then other speakers, individuals either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they finish their presentations. And when all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues and raise only those questions raised by the speakers, not to introduce new information at that time. And that will then mark the end of the discussion, and the application is then taken into the committee for a decision. A couple of preliminary matters. Firstly, panel and staff, does anyone have any declarations of interest?
I have a declaration of conflict of interest on item number 30, 25 William Street. The nature of the conflict is that I have some real estate within very close proximity.
Okay, I think that's the item is going to be deferred anyway, but.
Number 30? I might even be.
I thought you said 23, sorry. I thought you said 23.
No, number 30.
Oh, my mistake, sorry.
Sorry, is that after 3 o'clock?
I believe it may be the one just before, let's check. Oh, no, it is, no, it's at this agenda.
It's this agenda?
3 o'clock starts at 33, so you're good.
Number 30, 25 William.
Okay, thank you.
For item
Yes.
23, you did declare the last time.
Oh.
It's for 1031 Weston Road.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I do have a conflict there too as well. Yes, I do. I'm sorry, that is within my BIA boundaries.
Okay.
But I believe that is, they're asking for deferral.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't declare it. But yes, you're absolutely right, Madam Secretary.
Thank you. So other than Laura, any other declarations of interest to be noted or declared? No. Okay. Deferrals. It looks like I guess we can deal with that first. Good segue. Item number 23. We might as well deal with that first. 1031 Weston Road. And we have a D6, which means it's a request by the applicant / agent. And looks like we have an email that they decided to defer until the Mount Dennis secondary plan has been appealed and await a further decision on that. So the agent is Ida Evangelista. I believe is that the only speaker on that item?
Yes, so Laura, if you could just remove yourself for this item.
Okay, so yeah, Ida Evangelista is the only speaker on this. So welcome. You sound very extremely faint. I barely hear you. Now I can't hear you at all.
Okay. Sorry about that. I actually don't find that is.
Ida, if you're speaking right now, we cannot hear you at all.
You believe that? 9:15 on a Saturday night, and you're at my front door and you want to know if I want
Ida?
Okay, why don't we...
Mr. Chair, members, yeah, I think Ida is indisposed right this moment. But we can try and get a hold of her to see if she's ready to speak to the file.
Okay, that's the only, I believe, item on the deferral list this afternoon, correct?
According to my records, yes.
Okay. And this was for a 3-story rear addition, a 3rd-story addition above the existing building, for a total of 8 residential units and 2 retail units. And this matter, and actually I think at least for a while this afternoon, we have a number of previously deferred items that we're going to be doing. Starting with item 23, we do start this afternoon at item number 20. So why don't we just then stand this down and start hearing applications. are able to find Mrs. Evangelista, and we'll go back to that.
Sounds
Is
good,
that
Mr. Chair.
acceptable to everyone? Sorry?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, so our first application of the afternoon is item number 20, 245 John Street. Again, the next couple of applications are all consent to sever properties. This is a consent to sever property to two undersized residential lots to demolish the existing dwelling, and on each side of the lot, each lot separated to redevelop as a site of a new detached dwelling, each requiring variances to the zoning bylaw, in this case 6 in one case and 5 in the other case. And we have urban forestry looking for conditions 3 and 5, opposition from 241 John. Planning is looking, urban forestry looking for a refusal. Heritage conditional on a stage 1 and 2 architectural. We have comments from engineering construction services. Planning has given us a report for information, and we have supporting materials from the agent. And the speakers on this application, we have 3. First of all, Glenn Rubinoff, agent for the applicant, as well as the neighbors at 241 and 240 John. Okay, so Mr. Rubinoff.
Hello, good afternoon. It's Glenn Rubinoff.
Okay, I'm going to turn up my volume because I'm having trouble hearing you too. Okay, welcome, sir. I guess you should probably get a presentation in this application since it's a severance with associated variances, and we do have 2 neighbors here registered to speak as well.
Sure, thank you.
Sorry, in the additional materials, Glenn, I forgot, this didn't get through we have plans, an email thread, and we have supporting materials and agent's forestry comments. Okay, so that's what we have. Please,
Yep.
Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. This is a fairly standard application for a lot severance and 2 new homes. I've read through planning's report. We did have several discussions with planning and did make some adjustments as requested by them, which are reflected on the notice. So there's no changes being requested. I will note that this map that you have before you on the screen here shows the various lot frontages in the area and around. The site subject property is in the kind of bluish lot configuration, and as you can see, the adjacent lots there are at the same or smaller, and so there are a fair number of variable in the area, a variety of sizes of lots. We certainly feel that this will fit into the character of the area. The variances before you are for lot frontage, lot area. Lot area, just to point out that it's about just under 10 square meters, 360.6 square meters, where 370 is required. The floor space index, as shown in item number 3 in both of the applications, so part 1 and part 2, include the basement. And as staff report rightly points out, that without the basements included, they point out that the FSI calculation, the requested variance, is within the numerical magnitude of other approvals in the neighborhood.
Yep.
So it's at, I believe it's 61.9% without the basement being included. The other variances, number 4 is related to side yard setback. On the site plan, you'll see that the requirement is 1.2 meters side yard between, I guess, on the exterior side of each home. We comply with the 1.2. It's between the two homes that we're proposing where we have the 0.9. So I believe there might be some confusion with one of the neighbors who had a concern that we were going to be asking for a variance directly next to them, but it's not next to them. We actually comply in that regard. And with regards to a minor variance related to driveway width, That's really the extent of the variances. Forestry, I read the report. I mean, there is a city tree and 2 existing curb cuts on the property right now, which are being maintained. So the reality of the city tree is that there'll be minimal impact where it's really just for excavation purposes more than anything else. But it's not, the tree will be maintained. There's a pear tree in the backyard, and I'm not sure if that's what their argument against refusal of the severance. Regardless whether it's 1 house or 2 houses, the tree is located in an area and would be an issue regardless. But it doesn't strike me as something that's we did submit an arborist report over a year ago, and although they're asking for us to submit one, they have had it for over a year. So this was submitted quite some time ago. So I think it's just they didn't want to comment until it went through committee, and their comments are a little surprising, but at the same time, there are conditions if the severance is approved that we would follow their conditions. Transportation said they had no concerns. The engineering, and heritage, I was asking for a archaeological review, which we're fine with. So that's really the extent of the comments I want to make, because I feel it's a pretty straightforward application.
Okay, thank you. Perfect timing. You're at 5 minutes. Yeah, so one point, I guess you mentioned very important that your GFA or FSI is within line if you took the basement out, and you said it's 61 point something. Okay, so we do have the 2 neighbors. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Rubinoff before we move on?
Mr. Chair, there was something flagged for the second minor variance application. I believe there was an error in the notice. If Mr. Rubinoff could just address that. The first notice for the first minor variance says the maximum permitted floor space index is 0.4. The second one says 0.45. I believe it should be 0.4. If Mr. Rubinoff could clarify.
Yes, the zoning does say 0.4 is the required. That's correct.
Okay, do you read the notices when you get them? Because we kind of rely on agents to do that in case there are errors.
Yeah, we do read them. It was something that that was just something that I didn't catch that. But thanks, Barb.
So do we have to revise that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so anyone else have any questions for Mr. Rubinoff? Otherwise, we'll hear from the first of the 2 neighbors first one is at 241 John, Catherine Arfo.
One moment, Mr. Chair. Thank you. All right, Catherine, go ahead.
Yes, hi, thank you. I did send in that letter with my concerns, which I believe is up on the screen right now. I think Mr. Rubinoff addressed the.
Can you please try to speak up? You're can barely hear you.
Sorry, I believe Mr. Rubinoff did address the first concern, which was the side yard setback. I believe it maybe have been misstated on there, the 0.92 meters from the west side of the property, which is ours. I think he has clarified is between the 2 new dwellings. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it will be 1.2 meters. Do we know if the furnace is exhausting on that side of the house? Because we do have a furnace exhaust on our side, and we're concerned about the just the safety and of such. I'm not sure. And the air conditioning unit on that new dwelling, will it also be on that side of the house facing our property?
Okay, you have to make your comments, and Mr. Rubinoff will answer at the end. It's not like back and forth. So if you can state what you have to state all at once, you can't respond at the end. So yeah, you see the side yard, he's not complying with the side yard on your side. It's just in between the 2, he's going in another 0.3 of a meter.
Okay, so 1.2 is the compliant space on
But
the west side.
he will answer your other questions at the end of your submissions, or at the end of yours and the other neighbor.
Okay. That was our biggest concern, aside from what you can see on the screen. I'm not sure if he would be easier for him to address the comments by referring to this document that I've already submitted.
Perhaps you can just state, rather than having Paul just go through your letter, just state since you're here in person, to state what your concerns are. To
Sure.
sort of raise your letter.
Sure. One of the concerns was the convenience for the neighbors. I'm not sure if there's something, a study that he has conducted, or if there's another neighbor that has had a situation similar. A request for a shadow study to determine the impact on our property, because we do have some landscaping that we're concerned about, and potential property damage during construction, because the house is very close to our property. 1.2 meters is not a lot compared to what is.
Sorry, ma'am, we only, at the committee here, not to say that any of those points are not valid, but dealing with construction and drainage and things like that. Eric, I know we don't even normally deal with where air conditioners or exhaust fans are. That's not something before the committee. We're dealing with the built form situation, not for the issue of those type of things. That can be dealt with at the appropriate stage with your neighbor through the building department.
Okay, so as it's being constructed then, so really only the two bylaw infractions that he's, the minor variances that he's applied for are the only things that will be addressed today. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, the 5 and 6 and the severance of the lot is what we're dealing with here today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then I have no other comments.
Okay, thank you kindly. But obviously, the placement of the east side yard setback was a very important thing for you to have clarified here today. So you can rest assured that is not a variance on your side. Anyone have any questions for the neighbor before we go to hear from the other neighbor? Okay, doesn't look like any. So let's hear then from Lynn Kula at 240 John Street, across the street.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, hi. How are you?
We're good.
Good. I don't really have any questions or concerns. Kathy's done a good job asking the questions. Just wanted to hear what was going to be happening. So,
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily affect me directly because I'm across the street.
Yeah.
So,
Correct. Okay. And in the future, if you'd like to listen, observe, you can always watch on YouTube rather than actually being on the phone as unless you figured you might. So,
well, I thought maybe I'd have a question, but
right.
I mean,
Okay.
it's all pretty straightforward. So,
exactly. Okay. So Catherine did a good job. So thank you. Okay. So, we can now go back, I guess, to Mr. Rubinoff for rebuttal or to respond to what Catherine Arfo had to say. And
Sure. Thank you.
Rubinoff, perhaps you can, just touch upon some of the items in the letter and provide some comfort.
Yeah. No, so as we confirmed, we do not have a side yard setback variance on her side. With regards to ventilation, that's a mechanical issue. We always try to avoid impacts. I understand that 241 is just over a foot away from the property line, and we would be 4 feet away. So I do expect that, we would hopefully, just look at trying to minimize any impact on the neighbor with regards to any practical construction issues such as that. She was concerned, I think, mentioned about a shadow study. We don't have any height variances requested at all. So the impacts of the, as of right, I don't believe there's any undue impact on it. And as far as she was concerned about the density of the house in her letter, and I've explained that below grade is what the reason for the additional density beyond what's generally calculated at grade and above. So that's all I have to say.
Okay. Okay, members, any follow-up questions from Mr. Rubinoff or some?
I have a couple of, oh, sorry, Stan, you go ahead.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to get an explanation for why the basement was included in the GFI, and I suspect it's because it's above a certain percentage above grade, but if Mr. Rubinoff could just confirm that for everyone.
Yes, yes. So the bylaw changed since we applied for the application. The bylaw changed where they count the floor closest to grade, where in the past it would have been if you were in the ground to frost level, basement wouldn't have been counted, but now it is. So if we're 4 feet in the ground and 5 feet above the ground, effectively basement's closer to grade, and that's why it's counted. It's not. It's just a new calculation. It's kind of thrown a lot of files, and you'll probably see them before you, where people are coming in asking for extra stories. If there was a number of stories limitation, basements are now being counted. And but it's still a basement. It's definitely not. The impact would be no different than any other house that's been built prior to the bylaw change that happened a few months.
Hey, Laura?
So a couple of comments, actually, or questions. I'm wondering if we agree to this consent to sever, are there any other, within this one block, which is a fairly long block, will there be any other lots of the same size or smaller?
Yes, thank you very much. Our proposed lot frontage is 9.14. That map that I had originally shown on the thing, on the overhead there, adjacent to it are lots between 8.5 meter to 9.5 meter, right adjacent on the right and the left. And we actually confirmed with through the real estate realtor that the house at 241 is actually 30 feet frontage as well. So it's the same size at 241 as well.
It's a single family dwelling, is that correct?
Correct. That's correct. Yeah.
So are you aware that this is a heritage conservation district?
Yes, and we've read their comments. They simply asked for an archaeological study, which we're comfortable to hire an archaeologist. It's that was the requested information that was asked. They were just simply looking at as long as there's an archaeological assessment to make sure that there's any associated excavations reveal anything, that we would address.
I think it's more than that. I think it's about built form too as well. But anyway, I'm actually concerned about this particular severance because I think it sets a dangerous precedent. I don't want Weston to become Long Branch, where you have a bunch of soldier homes everywhere and the lots are divided up. And I feel that this is the path we're going down if we actually agree to the severance. That I don't think there are any other examples within this one block. I'm not disagreeing that this bungalow needs some attention. Maybe a semi-detached would be preferable. I worry, I know there are no height variances, but I just worry that we're going down the path of Long Branch in this neighborhood, and I don't want to start a precedent.
You are prepared to make a motion then? To refuse?
So I would.
We got a long afternoon ahead of us.
Yes,
so.
I know. I would actually like to make a motion for refusal based on that. I think that Weston really needs what Long Branch has, which are a series of character guidelines. And they haven't done that yet, and they need to do that. But I am actually going to make a motion for refusal, yes, based on what I just said.
Okay, motion to refuse the application. Do I have a seconder for that? Okay, I take it there's only two of you out there, so I take it there is no seconder. I point out that planning has no problems with the severance, and the lot area seems to be pretty close to compliant. But anyway, do I have another motion then? And again, we deal with one application at a time. I understand Ms. Alderson's concern about setting a precedent, but we're the Lowry Committee of Adjustment, so we're dealing with this one application here. So do I have another motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to do another motion.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, just given the shortage of housing and provincial policy statements and everything else, I believe this is a good application. I believe it meets the 4 tests. The basement situation notwithstanding, I think the rest of it is all minor. I would therefore like to move approval, subject to the usual ECS conditions of consent. Also subject to the 4 heritage conditions as set out.
Yep.
And subject to forestry conditions 1 and 2.
Okay, thank you. Seconder for that motion?
I'll second, but I just want to get clarification from staff on the FSI in the notice, whether that needs to be corrected or not.
Yes, Mr. Rubinoff confirmed that for item 20C, the maximum permitted floor space index is 0.4. The square meters was correct. It was
Okay.
the percentage that was wrong. I apologize.
Okay, and I refer you to the planning comments because they indicate 0.45.
They probably just copied the error from the notice. I
But-
checked the zoning review.
Okay, you checked the zoning review. Okay, because it's on both of the applications. So they
I know they probably just
copied-
copied and pasted, but I
but they
checked
didn't
the
copy
zoning
one of them
review.
correctly. So, okay, so it is 0.40.
Yes.
Mr. Kamara, can we make that clarification?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I will second, subject to that clarification.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 3-1. Application is approved. And thank you to the neighbors for your participation as well as Mr. Rubinoff.
Thank you.
Okay, our next application
Mr.
is
Chair.
items 21.
I don't want to interrupt, but I do have communication that Ida Evangelista is ready to speak to her file if you'd want to go back to that. Otherwise, we can just keep working our way through.
Absolutely.
Thank
So
you.
item number 23 is the matter that we introduced earlier. It's on the deferral memo as item number 6. So we done the introduction. We're just making contact with the agent, Ida Evangelista. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members. Ida Evangelista on behalf of the owners of 1031 Weston Road.
Okay, welcome. So I understand you're looking for a further deferral on this?
Yeah,
These would be-
through conversation with planning staff, there is a secondary study that was conducted, the Mount Dennis secondary study that was conducted for this area that is now currently in appeal process. So we have had conversations with staff and the owners, and they would like to wait for this appeal process to get the findings of that. So that being said, we are asking for a deferral.
Okay, sounds logical to me. Members can have a motion to defer. And I understand Laura Alderson has a conflict declared, so she is not here to do that. So can I have a motion to defer? Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Seconded Mr. Komorek. All in favor, unanimously for those participating. The application has been deferred. We'll see you here again.
Yes, soon. I'll
Okay,
be calling in this time though. I'm disconnecting now.
okay. Okay, so we can go back to 21, which again is another consent to sever with associated variances. Is 21 Helsby Crescent. It's an application to obtain consent to sever the property into 2 undersized residential lots to demolish the existing dwelling and to redevelop the property as a site of 2 new detached dwellings with attached garages, each requiring variances to the zoning bylaw as outlined in parts B and C. And that is 12 variances each. And we have a cover letter, arborist report. Planning is recommending refusal of the application. We have the engineering and construction comments. We have comments from forestry, and they're looking for conditions 1, 2, 3, and 5. 2 letters of support, 1 letter of opposition, and a letter of opposition in the additional materials. And in terms of speakers on this application, let me get to my list, and perhaps Adam can confirm. We have Nicole Hansen, the agent. Then we have the neighbors from 15 Helsby who just wrote in the additional materials, and 23 Helsby.
Mr. Chair, members, the area resident for 15 Helsby is not present on the call. The area resident at 23 is present.
Okay. Okay, so let's hear from Nicole Hansen.
Good afternoon, committee staff and the public. My name is Nicole Hansen. I'm a registered professional planner with HPD, and I'll present a standard consent and minor variance applications for 21 Helsby Crescent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the outline of the application. We've been working closely with the city and the community over the past year to develop a proposal fitting in neighborhood character and scale for the Elderwood community, and the proposal is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms to the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, and provides more compact housing in an already built-up urban boundary settlement area with infrastructure such as active transportation networks, parks, open space, schools, and community amenities, and full servicing. So the property is an interior lot in area. It's roughly 676 square meters with a detached dwelling, a detached garage and shed. Based on the arborist report, five private trees are on the property and only 2 will be removed. For the 2 trees removed, 4 will be planted. There's also 1 city tree on the boulevard. The lot is pie-shaped and it widens with a frontage of 16 meters to 28 meters in the rear. So that's 53 feet to 92 feet, which uniquely supports severance application for 2 detached dwellings. In addition to this, the zoning bylaw speaks to taking the actual frontage from the midpoint of the front lot line, resulting in an overall increased lot frontage of 8.50 meters for 21A and 8.98 for 21B. So the dwellings were designed with the balanced out location. We pushed the houses further back to make sure that the variances that we are getting are average and standard in nature. We do not need a variance for height. We comply with the 9.5 maximum height restriction. Regarding, just to speak to some key variances regarding the FSIs, the houses are just at 2,500 square feet. We've made the main floor above the garage to get more square footage because the kitchen, bathrooms, and bedrooms are much smaller. Regarding the coverage, we need the variances for the lot coverage because we have to accommodate the dwelling, balcony, deck, and porch. Regarding the length of the house, the length of the homes are actually around 16.8 meters, but because of the bay window in the front, which is 0.61 meters, it triggers variances for the building length. Bay windows are not permitted encroachments. So it has to be included to the building length. Regarding side yard and rear yard setbacks, again, we've balanced out the house. We can't bring the house too close to the front. We'll have more variances. We can't push it too far back. So it is a modern design with a slope roof. We have to accommodate the garage. And again, we comply with the height, but not with the main wall height. In essence, these variances are all minor in nature. Pursuant to Section 45(1) of the Planning Act, the general intent of the City of Toronto official plan is maintained. The dwellings satisfy the neighborhood designation. The general intent of the citywide and Etobicoke zoning bylaw is maintained. The property will remain zoned residential detached and residential. The proposal is desirable and appropriate for the dwelling of land and or building. The dwellings are appropriate for the neighborhood land use designation in residential zones. Variances are minor in nature and no zoning bylaw amendment is required. Property owners do not want to negatively impact the community, and they've reached out for meaningful consultation for about the past year. The application received, we actually have 4 letters of support. I don't know if you only received 2, but I was informed 4 were uploaded to the portal. That's for 26 Helsby, 29 Bassett Avenue, 33 Bassett, and 28 Helsby. These are immediate neighbors that directly back on or front onto the property and are direct stakeholders regarding the site. We've received 2 letters of recent objection. I think it's based on a Facebook smear campaign, I believe is what I'm told, by the property owners. And we've reviewed them, we've considered them, and their rationale has failed to equate to evidence that the proposal would have negative effects on their properties. The development proposal will not have any negative effect for 23 and 15 Helsby. Lastly, we've reviewed a list of comparables provable, appropriate for the Elderwood community, and we understand the committee has a deep understanding of the housing need, given the provincial mandates of Bill 23 and 109 and now 97. But reviewing the comparables from the past 10 years, we see the approvals have ranged for frontages varied from 7.4 meters for Robinsondale Avenue to 7.5 meters to Alder Crescent Road to 7.6 meters to Albright Avenue, Bellman Avenue, Betta.
If you can wrap up, please.
Sure, and
5
Treeview.
Yeah, and
So we received standard comments and we're seeking approval for a standard variance. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. In those 5 minutes, you didn't seem to address the community planning report, which if you watched the last application, the lot frontage and lot area seem to be a lot closer to the bylaw than you are doing here. This is completely in my look at it. It's you haven't addressed the fact that this consent is completely be the smallest lots, and then you've overbuilt also in terms of your numbers, including the rear yard setbacks. It's we'll hear from the other neighbors, but I want to. You spent 5 minutes, but you didn't deal with the, to try to defend, and I guess you'll be able to do that in your rebuttal because the neighbors are going to bring up the same points. But if you were present for the last application, I agree intensification is great. Split lots where it's appropriate, provide more missing middle housing, but this one seems a little egregious. That's my opinion. So,
yeah, no, for sure. Thank you. And I actually did touch on the requirement of how pie-shaped lots are taken as a previous zoning plans examiner.
Yeah.
The front lot line, the midpoint of the front lot line is taken, resulting in an increased lot frontage of 8.5 meters and 8.98. So if you look at the reference plan, we're not coming in at 8.08. We're coming in at we're taking a 16-meter lot frontage, and we're severing that into two, resulting in 8.98 and 8.50 based on taking the midpoint of the front lot line to the actual dwelling. So community planning has not circulated their comments to us directly. We did have a meeting with them in December to talk about the report. I am aware that they're not in support of the application. But I did speak to that the front lot frontage for a severed application is anticipated to come in much lower, and there's quite a lot of variation throughout the neighborhood, which I've listed in full detail.
Yeah, I guess the reason they didn't fix it's on a general variance application. If they go back and they say, "Can you make changes?" But here, the very nature is a severance. So I guess that's why, but I don't know how they go about doing this, but you would.
Yeah, and we've circulated this application to them for over a year. Like, we have gotten 2 zoning notices.
Yeah, it's dated April the 12th, right? So did you reach out to them after receiving this or seeing this on April the 12th or?
Yes, and I haven't received anything from planning.
Okay. Anyway, I'm sorry for interjecting, so let's go on. Anyone else have any questions for Ms. Hanson, or else we'll hear from the neighbors? Okay, so the first neighbor, I think, is, only one neighbor because the other one dropped off the line, but we do have her letter with her concerns. And then Derek Brake, we have his letter as well. It's in the bookmark. And the other one was in the additional materials. So Mr. Brake at 23 Helsby.
Hi there. Hi there. Thank you for taking my call.
Right next door.
Yes, right next door. With the way the lot is, our lot is.
Sorry, sir. Just start off by giving me your name and address.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, sir. Derek Brake. I live at 23 Helsby Crescent.
Welcome.
And this application is going to have a negative effect, I believe, on the community and our home. The way the lots are, my house faces directly back southwards onto this wall, ultimately a wall of 17.5 meters. And then the soffit height also, that wasn't mentioned anywhere in her presentation, is going to be 2 meters over what it should be. There's also a driveway which is shared. And I have concerns about the parking. Like, there's nothing addressed about that. So pushing the house back from the front to the back negatively affects the neighbors behind to the minimum setback requirement. I'm have some serious issues, and the 0.9 meters between housing, between the property lines, it will definitely have a negative impact.
Okay, so fortunately, sir, the community planning department seems to agree with you. I don't know if you've read the report.
Yes, I have.
Okay, so they seem to agree with you when we have your letter. So just explain the parking. So currently there's a mutual.
It's the driveway is shared probably according to this, it's 7.86 meters from the curb.
Okay.
And it comes down, and there's no mention or picture of anywhere where the lot, because there's a curb in the middle of the driveway, and it stops probably 9 meters, maybe 8 meters from the bottom of the driveway and the sidewalk.
I see I'm looking at the plan here of the survey. It looks like there's a new interlock driveway. There's a garage on the existing house. Where they're going to be 21B. I guess I'm looking at the plans. So where's the driveway on their property? Is it on a mutual drive?
It's a mutual driveway.
Okay. Okay. Are they reporting to build over that? Or
as far as I'm aware, yes.
Okay.
I'm just looking at this on Google. Sorry if I could just interject for a minute.
Yeah, please.
It doesn't look like it's a mutual drive. I think what happens is in the public portion, there's a mutual entrance to the two driveways.
I see. Okay.
That's the way I would describe it.
Okay. Anyway, let's go with this. So thank you for your position, I guess, on you feel that it's overbuilt and it's not appropriate for severance. That's better.
Sorry, but interrupt.
If you want to continue, please.
Everything that my address and my concerns are in my letter.
Okay, excellent. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Brake? And if not, we'll go back to Nicole Hansen for her rebuttal. Okay, so no one has any questions for Mr. Brake. Let's go back to Nicole Hansen.
I thank you. So I can address these comments. And further through you, Mr. Chair, Stan's comments, you're correct. The lot has a linear driveway where there's been no access obstruction. Only the curb cut portion, which is the public portion, is shared, which is the southern part of the site. If we're looking at the northern part of the site, there is a delineated fenced boundary, and the actual driveway of the neighbor at 23 is elevated. So there's been no obstruction to parking or access. As it relates to 21B, so if we're just looking at the site plan of the proposal for 21B, you can see that 23 Helsby is still 5.66 meters away from the actual property line. Even though we're proposing a standard variance of 0.90, the house is quite a bit away from the actual property line. So there's no adverse negative impact. In addition to this, the driveway will no longer be shared. So neighbors will have their own full driveway, which is a benefit. The property owners at 21 Helsby will ensure the neighbors won't lose any access during construction and will repave the driveway once construction is complete. This was extensively considered during the detailed design stage. And again, no adverse impacts will be had on either neighbor, 19 or 23. As it relates to the actual, like the way the curve is going to go, it's going to go straight, and it's going to curve to the side. And for 21A, it's going to bend. So we're not even going to hit the city tree that's also located in the boulevard. We've really worked through those details. There are 4 letters of support. I just wanted to go back to that. Did you receive them? Because we have letters of support from 26 Helsby, 29 Bassett Avenue, 33 Bassett Avenue, and 28 Helsby. And these are the immediate neighbors in the front and that back onto the property. And so if I'm evaluating this in my professional planning opinion based on the 4 tests, the application does meet the 4 tests. Just going back to that. And in terms of the soffit height, which was brought up, let me just go back to that. So regarding the 8.37 meter soffit height of eaves overhang for peak roofs, we're doing a modern design. We have a sloped roof and the house is elevated to accommodate the garage. We do comply with the 9.5 meter height maximum. There are no variances for height, but we require a variance for the main wall height because the house is elevated. And that's why the soffit needs a variance. So it is still minor in nature. And again, a rezoning bylaw amendment is not required for these standard variances. And those, just to speak to that.
Okay. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I had a power surge and was off for about 2 minutes until something came.
Okay. Did you
But
hear?
I had the screen going though. Okay, so you finished your rebuttal then, I guess?
Yes. You weren't able to hear it though, right?
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not voting anyway because we have an even number of people today, but I just
Okay.
heard maybe 2 minutes here, which wouldn't change what, anyway. I think what we're dealing here mainly is the actual consent. We don't even, before you even get to the variances. And like I said, because we're an even number today, I guess we had one member who couldn't, so I'm not voting. But any members have any follow-up questions for Ms. Hanson or the neighbor, or is someone ready to bring it into committee for a discussion on a decision? So I take it no more questions. So let's bring in.
I'm ready to move a motion. Yeah, I think the idea of the consent is really out of character with the lots in the area. And then on top of that, you've got variances requested to squeeze in a larger house on a small lot. And you've got to push the house back so you can have a decent frontage. And that results in a rear yard being quite shallow. And you've got side yards. So they're just squeezing in a house on a small lot that shouldn't be there in the first place. So I'm going to move for refusal. Consent is not appropriate. The variances requested are not minor and don't meet the 4 tests.
Okay.
I'd like to second that. I'd like to second that motion with the addition is that looking at the plans, it looks like these are almost iceberg homes. There's so much underground. So
okay.
I'm going to second that motion.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, it looks like it's a unanimous refusal of the application. Thank you, Ms. Hanson, and thank you to the neighbor 23 for your participation as well. Okay, I just had going to mention something at the outset in terms of housekeeping, dealing with deferrals and the like. Do we have, Barb, do we have number 30, 25 William Street? When I was doing my review, I was a little confused. It seems like there's something wrong there with the variances. It's less than, it seems maybe something got inverted. I'm saying if I call it now, and perhaps there's some time to look at it or have it considered before we call it. So did I see something here? Did anyone else notice anything on item number 30?
No, the variance, they've quoted what was previously approved, but I have a feeling it's a different proposal. So you still always have to go back to what the bylaw permits, which is 0.4, and they're asking for 0.65.
Yeah, okay, because they're already approved at 0.8.
But I think it's a different, something's changed in the proposal.
Okay, so that
it might be a different, yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to raise that. Okay, so let's go back, I guess, then to item number 22, A, B, and C, 36 Ash. And this is again consent to sever the property into 2 undersized lots, and on each to build a new home after demolishing the existing one. each have 5 variances. And this is the one earlier this morning, we closed the existing ones with another owner. We have supporting materials, we have planning, advised they don't object, but note that the applicant must still provide the Long Branch checklist, which I believe we have now, and a streetscape and elevation showing the proposed dwelling in relation to the adjacent dwellings. The counselor is requesting refusal of the application, and there's some issue, and 93, and there's a petition with 93 signatures regarding a 102 centimeter heritage tree on the property or near the property that would be at risk. So we have urban forestry weighing in with conditions 1, 3, and 5. And yeah, that's basically what it is. The speakers on this application, I believe we have numerous speakers.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to take a moment to note a few updates too. We do have 2 additional speakers, area residents that are not on your list. So I'll call them out once we get to the end of the list that we already have. I'll let you know the 2 additional speakers we have, and then additionally, the agent should be noted as Babak Nagashi, and they are present on the call.
Okay, so there's a new agent, and what's the last name?
Nagahash, and the first name is Babak.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I interrupt you for 1 second? Just ask a question. I think the counselor is also an alternate to refusal, is suggesting that we may consider deferring this application for forestry to review, since I think most of the issue has to do with
this tree, yeah.
heritage tree.
Okay. Did I see? Yeah. Okay. So planning, great. Opposition. Okay. Sorry. That's a very good point. Perhaps we can hear from the counselor's assistant before we get into this matter. I see we also have both Judy Gibson and Christine Mikado here from the Long Branch. I don't know who is planning on speaking of the 2 of them, but perhaps we can have some discussion before we get into, like you say, the merits of this application, whether it is perhaps an idea to have a deferral in order to deal with this issue. Thanks for putting that on the screen. It's hard to read. So can we, is Matt Cook on the line?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I will unmute Matt now. Matt's also asked to be on video, so I'm going to bump him over to a panelist in this moment. Matthew, you are able to turn your video on by hitting the start video button, and you are unmuted. Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Can everybody hear me this time around?
Yes.
Okay.
There you are, coming up.
Hello, sir. I will note that looking at the file on the AIC website right now, I do see that Urban Forestry did get their comments in time, which was our concern, which is why we had said that if it wasn't going to be refused, it should be deferred wait for those comments. Mm-hmm. We have Urban Forestry's comments now, I see on the AIC website. So I don't think we're asking for a deferral at this time. We're just asking for an outright refusal. Our concerns, as you can see from our letter, mostly have to do around with the applicant's tree protection plans.
Okay, you know, Matt, if that's going to be the case, I'm going to hold you, because we normally hear from the applicant first, and you'd be one of the people, one of the many people. So where is this where's the planning, the report? I guess it's a refusal, but do we have it in our materials here? Or the additional materials?
On the AIC website at this point.
We have the forestry comments in your package. Mm-hmm. It's labeled as forestry, and they are recommending refusal of the application.
Okay, so no one sees any merit in having this matter to deal with this tree, and I guess that'll be a big part of the presentation. Interesting, because from a planning perspective, planning seems to be okay with this, subject to certain requirements. So interesting. So we might as well start back at the top, and I've done the introduction. We now hear from Babak Nagabi, you said is the name?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. Go ahead, Babak.
Okay. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Babak Nagash. I'm the agent and represent the owner for this application. Yes, it's very complex application for that heritage tree, but I'm going to go quickly through the severance requests. So the client 36 Ash is interior, one of the larger interior lots in this neighborhood, along with the Ash Crescent. So the client is looking to sever the lot to build two modern with the slope.
Okay, sorry, can I just interrupt for
Yeah.
a second? Before we
Sure.
get started, okay, sorry, I was on looking at number 25 still. Sorry, I'm on the wrong one. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, so we're looking for build two undersized residential lots. So we are here for consent. The variance for the severance would be the minimum lot frontage supposed to be 12 meter by law. We are looking for 7.62 meter, and the lot area, which is one of them is number A is 370. The bylaw is 370 square meter. We are looking for 298 and 290 for the lot 1 and lot 2. So these are the variants number 1 and 2 are for severances. For the houses, we are looking for additional three variances, which is number 3, 4, and 5. So 3 is FSI of the lot 1 to be 0.1669, and the for the lot, I'm trying to read it from paper for the lot B, which is 2, is with FSI of 0.69. We work with the planning department and we reduce the size, the length, and the setbacks to get this FSI to meet the planning city planning request. So the variance number 4 is the setbacks. So we're looking for the setback on the lot number B, which is 2, for 0.9 to the for the east side of the lot line, and 0.6 for the west side of the lot line. And for the lot A, which is number 1, we are not looking for 0.9. I just want to correct the variance number 4. So we are reduce the house width, and we are meeting the bylaw of 1.2 meter to the west side, and we are looking for the variance of 0.6 meter to the east side. So we are not looking for variance for the west side setbacks. And that's a variance number 4. Variance number 5, for the maximum wall height, wall height, we are looking for 0.1 meter for both houses above the bylaw, which is 7 meter. We have seen the arborist forestry report, and my clients working to reshape there are 2 city-owned trees on the front property, and the clients are willing to reshape the driveway to meet and work with his own arborists to maintain those trees in the healthy conditions. As far as the rear heritage tree, he's willing to retain an arborist and sacrifice from the basement, maybe eliminate the basement and the TPZ of the tree, and ensure that the heritage tree is safe and healthy.
Well, I think that's what all these people are here for, notwithstanding talking 30 point about things. The planning department is okay with your severance and your thing. You're mainly dealing with this issue of the tree on the adjacent property.
Correct.
So basically, you said not having a basement. Is that
so if you look at, I submitted a support amendment document. If you can open that one, you see a shape in the basement. If you can do that, Daniel. So basically, he's willing to build the house at the rear, away from the tree protection zone on the pier and footing, which is 6 meter diameter. So to avoid injure the tree. So he's wishing to get the approval on the condition of to meet the forestry requirement to make. So if you go down, there's a page is a sketch of the basement. So I just want to note that these are not a deep basement. We are only excavating 5 feet deep. So this radius of the tree right now, this is based on 3 meter TPZ, but we could increase it to 6 meters, 7 meter, or any suggested with my client arborist. So we can be away from the tree and keep the heritage tree safe.
Well, does anyone, I think there's 93 letters or on the petition or whatever. There's a lot of people on the line. I think they're mostly here about this tree. So the question, if anyone had any great ideas how to protect the roots that run through this property, probably over to the next properties. I'm not an expert. The committee members aren't experts here. So you would think that because of that, there'd be some discussion, not just, oh, we'll agree to try to work it out, as opposed to definitive plans, or as opposed to someone saying, well, hey, the tree's many lots over. It's very nice to say, and I don't know how long this application is. This wasn't deferred previously, was it? No. That the whole idea of that being worked out in advance, because obviously I don't know how this committee could impose a condition or do anything that would give any comfort to all those people that are concerned. So I'm just thinking out loud that you went through the proposal. I don't think planning doesn't have a problem with your proposal, other than the impact on this tree. So we have to hear more about this tree. And it sounds like you and the client are concerned about this tree too.
We are. My client's concerned about.
So I'm saying, I don't know how it works. We can make decisions. No, we're here mainly to deal with these decisions dealing with the built form. So anyway, we'll have to hear from everyone. Let's see if anyone has any questions for you, sir. Other members before we move on. Mark?
Yeah, I'm just going to echo some of what you've said. There's no arborist report from the applicant. There's only one from the neighbor. The site plan doesn't show the tree that's at issue. This is some, revised plan, which I'm trying to even, is that in our package somewhere?
Sorry, what's that? Which, looking at all
Yes,
these.
it's called Supporting Material Basement Revision.
And that's in the main package?
Streetscape.
Yes.
I see the character guidelines, and actually the bookmark never goes over far enough for me, but
okay.
but the issue is, we don't know if that's gonna, it's an unusual situation. It's not even on this lot. Okay. I'd like to hear more about this heritage tree. Yeah.
Has forestry seen this?
As a great site plan, basement revision plan. So, I would just think if everyone seems to be trying to work this thing out, or recognizing this tree is important and like to hear more about the history of this tree, other than it's huge.
I'm just
wondering if there's ways around this to deal with the basement and protect the roots of this tree. I'm sure everyone would want it. So we've talked first about whether there's been any discussion about a deferral, because we don't have the right people at the table to deal with this right now. This committee being asked to make a decision about trying to protect a tree. We don't have the expertise or the mandate even. Well, I guess we have the mandate in terms of conditions, or refuse, but. Anyone else have any comments or thoughts?
Sorry, I'm not directly hearing it suggested, but are you suggesting that the applicant may want to seek a deferral, have discussion with the community?
Yeah, to see if there's a way
and
that
maybe hire an arborist?
Yes.
How?
An arborist to work with the engineer to see how, and with the city department, and perhaps some involvement from the Long Branch people to try to come to some solution, rather than having a decision here today that one side or the other is not going to like. And it's going to be hard to, we deal with planning issues, and the trees are important. In this case, the tree, it sounds like, but we don't even have an arborist report from the agent.
No, we don't. There's no arborist report from the agent. Mm-hmm. So I personally, I think the applicant should take maybe consideration of requesting a deferral. That's my own personal opinion.
Yeah. Oh, here's one for 42, right? The one prepared for Steve Alla, right? Right. He doesn't have one. The neighbor has one. So I agree with you that perhaps it would be advantageous to everyone, and perhaps once they've had done some investigation, to get it back on the quickest possible agenda, which in Etobicoke, York, is certainly more doable than downtown or even North York. So
Members, I
perhaps
don't know if it's just the roots that everyone's concerned about, because if you look at that arborist report from the neighbor, limbs of the tree would also have to be removed to permit the construction of the house, because it would interfere with the actual building structure, not just
they're
underground,
not
right?
either, because you figure if they got permission to come in from some other way to do this construction in the rear.
Not
but you're saying
access
that
to
it's
the site, the
built,
actual,
actual built form is
yeah.
going to require. Right. So again,
Could I add something to it? Is it possible?
yeah, I was just going to say. So what about the
Yeah.
issue that the
No,
members are talking about a possible deferral? You don't. Why didn't your client commission an arborist report? I guess because they figure it's not my tree. It's not even on my lot. There's a
No.
picture of it.
Well, Mr.
Uh,
Chair, there was a whole issue because the tree declaration that was signed and submitted with this application was filled out incorrectly. They said there were no tree issues, both city and or private. And when we were advised that there were trees, we've tried to contact the applicant, and it was very hard to get them to submit the material that they should have done as part of the application requirements. So that's been a struggle, and I think that's upset the neighborhood as a whole, because
Okay.
there's been a lack of transparency and good faith on the part of the applicant.
Okay. I think we haven't heard from all the neighbors yet, but Mr. Nagabi, I think you should seriously consider taking a deferral here.
Yes. Can I add? Yes, we can defer the application, and we can provide our own arbor support to maintain the tree and preserve the tree. But in any event, but the main concern of the neighborhood to me was the severance of the lot. But in any event, one house or two houses, we have to do this arbor support to ensure that tree is preserved.
Correct. Well, the good thing you have going for you is planning itself is supporting your severance on the houses you propose. The only issue is because of this issue of the tree. But this way, if at least you have an arborist report and come to the committee with clean hands, it's probably a good idea from everyone around. And I think we have to canvass the other people, but I think that they'll be in favor. Mr. Bell has obviously gone to great expense to do a report, and we have the representatives from the neighborhood association here from the Long Branch, so we can perhaps hear from them on the issue of the deferral. So are you prepared at this point to put on the table, and we'll just weigh in
Yes,
with the
I would
numbers
like to
to
defer
defer
the
this
application
matter,
to prepare.
subject to you getting an arborist report and perhaps investigating ways of doing the construction and the built form in such a way as to perhaps save this heritage tree.
Yes, we'll do.
Okay, so we have that. Let's just now, with everyone's permission, I guess we courtesy to weigh in just with the neighbors on the line. In particular, perhaps, let's start with Mr. Ash and Christine Mercado or Judy Gibson, not both, but one, to see if they concur, and then whether we just touch base with the other people.
Mr. Chair, we'll start with Christine.
Okay,
we'll start with Christine Mercado, if that's okay with you.
Okay.
Christine's also asked to be on video,
Mercado.
so I'll go ahead and make her a panelist. Christina, you're a panelist now. You can start your video when you see fit. You're also unmuted.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. To be quite honest, we don't support the deferral. The reason being is that this application has been bashed around under several different owners repeatedly when it comes down to severance. Mr. Vella has also gone to the expense of getting an arborist report. The applicant also had access to, Mr. Vella also gave access to the arborist that was hired by the applicant. So they have an arborist report,
Okay.
They just haven't disclosed it.
I see.
And Also, we also ended up going back and forth, and I will apologize to Ms. Bartosik in advance because we've been bashing back and forth because Mr. Vella also hired a planner. So we have a professional planner online that is prepared to speak to the planning report, and they don't share city planning's opinion, and neither does the LBNA. There's actual 4.1.5 policies that don't support this severance. The heritage tree is absolutely important, and one of the key things, and one of the very obvious things that's a problem with this
We don't want to
application.
put me on the merit. Christine, please. Nice to
Yep.
see you. Almost 3.5 years.
Yeah. Yes,
But
the thing
Yeah.
is that we're ready to go.
But
my
I'm
point.
shocked that the Long Branch neighbors don't want a deferral because we're trying to come up with a way here. On the merits on this lot, city planning has no problems with it. So
I understand that, and I had a long conversation with the city planner about that.
Agree to a deferral. We have it's whatever time it is now, and we can't to spend an hour and a half on this now is with a positive planning report. An applicant who at least says they're amenable to try and work it out. Until they get approval, it's not being built. It's not like it's an as-built situation and someone's waiting to knock it down. So why would, I don't understand, having done this.
Mr. Chair, if the neighbors are opposed to the severance, that's a deferral doesn't give them any purpose because it won't change the fact that they're still proposing to sever the lot. I think that's why they don't want to delay when they've made an effort to come today.
I understand, but they also have a positive planning report before them. So anyway, so have your position. You don't want a deferral for whatever reason. So now let's hear from Mr. Vella.
One moment, Mr. Chair.
As to whether he feels we should have a deferral. I'm very surprised.
All right,
Because
Mr.
we
Chair,
do have a positive.
Stephen Vella is unmuted.
Okay. Mr. Vella, I think you've appeared here before, either on your own applications or others. Welcome. Is he on the screen or just on the phone?
Mr. Chair, members, Stephen did not request to be on screen, no, but he is unmuted. Okay. So Stephen, go ahead. Steve, you're unmuted. Go ahead. Mr. Chair, member Stephen is unmuted and he is present on the call. We did voice check him earlier today and we did have communication with him earlier.
Okay. I see the limbs, but those are pretty low limbs. I think that would be affected. So again, it's not even on the lot. There's a positive.
You want to try Lorraine Vella?
Anyway.
For sure. Microphone, Lorraine Vella.
Perhaps. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. You want to speak to Steve on this line?
That would be great.
Perfect. 1 second, please.
You have to get back in person. Okay.
Hello, how are you?
Good, sir. I guess you could hear us. We couldn't hear you.
Yeah.
So firstly, on the matter of deferral, you've gone to the trouble and expense of dealing with this. Are you towing the Long Branch line? You also do not want a deferral. I'm surprised that they don't, to try to work something out.
We've talked to the applicant. We have talked with the applicant, and the applicant is pretty firm about that. They only want to do is a severance, where severances are not appropriate for the neighborhood. And I did hire a planner that can speak for me, that also has that same opinion. It is different than the city's planner, but I would like to have her speak.
I thought most of the people in the neighborhood were mainly concerned with the tree, not with the severance, because those are two separate issues with two separate lines of attack. So I wasn't, the fact that I don't see how the severance is a different issue than the tree issue on someone else's lot. So again, if you want to proceed, I guess everyone can proceed, but
the severance is, if with a severance, the tree will not survive. So the
Right.
severance and the tree are intertwined.
I see what you're saying, that if it was a single family house or one house on the lot, they wouldn't have to come as close to the tree.
That's exactly right.
Although I guess it's entitled
that,
to.
that is our point of view. Yes. And that is what the planner will state also. And I'm pretty sure that's what forestry and the,
Okay, and
and
you
the
realize
other
if there's a
neighbors.
positive, if there's a, given the planning report, if there is a positive result here, you and the neighbors don't have the right to appeal.
It's very
And I'm
painful
not
for
voting
me.
on it, so
Yeah.
I don't understand. I at least know, sorry, I voted, I just don't break a tie. So you're gonna have one or two results. So, okay, if everyone wants to proceed, Madam Secretary Treasurer, I'm gonna spend a half hour canvassing. Then I don't know what other, what the committee members feel, if they feel comfortable adjudicating on this important application with what's before us without having other issues canvassed. Now that I understand that the main issue from the neighbors, or at least we're told, maybe not all 93 people feel that way, that they're more concerned with the tree rather than the severance. So I'm in the committee's hands. If they feel comfortable, going to hear this application over the next hour and a half and to make a decision based on what's before us and what we hear in the next hour and a half. This is almost an application to have a separate half a morning put aside. If people are going to have planners representing them and arborists representing them, and we got all these various issues. So I'm whether you feel with what's before you that you can make a decision on this app. And I can't now.
Could I just say something?
Yeah. Yes.
I've been doing this for a while now, and I think this is probably the most letters we've ever received in opposition. So I am not sure how I would go against the entire community and vote in favor of this application. I just don't see it. So I don't know why go through the macerations of hearing the application, because there are so many opposition people here in opposition. I don't see that it could happen.
No, but we listen to the planning merits. That's what I'm saying. We're not supposed to be swayed that everyone in the market.
I think we are. I think we are all swayed by the
part here. So what I'm saying, I think we should defer because of the number of people. Obviously, it's a very
contentious application.
Very heartfelt for the community to get that many, because they're all not, all 93 people aren't in the notification area, but obviously it's a wider issue. So I'm saying, aside from having to put this to the fact that we're going to, we have a shortened panel, first of all, that's one thing. It's in the afternoon, and we're going to hear from a lot of people, and we have a positive planning report. So it's going to be, and as you're saying very honestly, that with all this opposition,
I would feel uncomfortable. Yes, I would feel uncomfortable.
I don't know if the members feel that that they're based on the information before us, and given the fact that if the applicant is legitimately prepared to make some steps to do that, I don't know whether we're going to do that right now. And we're spending a lot of time doing this too. So I'm in your hands. Let's have a motion one way or the other from the three of you as to whether we should proceed.
I think if the applicant is legitimately going to do some revisions and get a supporting report, maybe they'll change their application after they get their own arborist report. Maybe they'll withdraw their application. We don't know. But to me, it seems like the application is not complete. And the applicant's representative is not doing their client good service by proceeding with a hearing. If they want to proceed with a hearing, they can. But I would go along with an adjournment.
It's at their own peril.
And frankly, I'm saying that neighbors potentially, because we have a positive planning report, also have a risk that if they were also online with everyone else, might not exist, especially given there's no right of appeal. So I'll add that to the rationale. So having said that, Mr. Palmer, you prepared to make a motion?
Yeah, I'm going to move for adjournment deferral to a not fixed date to allow the applicant to substantiate their application.
Okay, and if I can just add something, when we have such complicated, with so many people involved, I don't know if they have occasions to have done this downtown, to actually say, you know what, we have to set aside 2 hours or a day to deal with this matter, rather than sandwiched in the middle of a long day. So I don't know what's happening downtown. I haven't followed really, but when you have these type of applications and you have in cases even more people than we have registered here to speak. So,
well, Mr. Chair, we don't know how many people are going to participate when we send out a notice. And this has gone for the first time.
that is very true.
And
that is very true.
Neil, what is your reason for the deferral? Because I'm not clear on what you mean substantiate their applicant, because you need to be very clear for the applicant to know what is expected of them.
Arborist report.
They're talking about getting an arborist report after a decision.
Okay, so you want them to submit an arborist report?
If they want to spend, if they don't want to submit an arborist report and want to proceed to another hearing, that's at their risk, and they've been given an opportunity.
But he did say,
they might want to revise their application further. They might want to get this revised basement floor plan circulated with the notice rather than after the notice has gone out. They might want to talk with the local councillor, the local Long Branch Association, talk to the community. Maybe they'll find out really there's no appetite for this at all, and they're going to withdraw their application, come in a new build. Who knows? Maybe a different application.
We do have Matt Cook still on the line, who we spoke to briefly, but and I agree, you don't advance when something's going to be complicated, but when you do know in advance, and I'm sure you do, and they do downtown, when they know that something like this is going to come out. But I agree we don't have complete information as to whether there's ways to protect this tree. We've heard that, yes, the community is also against the severance, bolus, but we don't know that all 93 people are that concerned about the severance, and whether their concern about the severance is still something that is appropriate from a planning, whether it's 93 or 9300, if it's appropriate and good planning to sever the lot, in view of the policy statement and creating more housing, that's another. So we have a motion to defer. You have a second to that motion, Mr. Comeric, thank you. All in favor of the deferral? It's unanimous. Thank you, and I apologize to those who we didn't get to weigh in on the issue of deferral. I trust that I think we're making the right choice here, given what's involved. Okay, thank you. Okay, our next application, 23 has been deferred. So I guess item number 24 is 1935 Weston. It's an application to permit a parking deficiency. There are 2 visitor required, 0 provided. We have opposition materials from the previous. This matter was deferred from the April 21, 2022 hearing, almost a year ago. And in the additional materials, we have a letter from Councillor Nunziata recommending refusal of the application. And the speaker, we have 2 for this application, is Sal Creamy, agent for the applicant, as well as we have Dave Bennett from the Weston Village Residents Association on the line, who also is going to appear on video.
Mr. Chair, members, I do want to confirm Dave is present on the call at this time.
Okay, thank you. So Sal Creamy is on the line, but not on the video, correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair, and he's unmuted.
Okay, welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee and Committee of Justice staff. I can begin the presentation. Time started. Before you deferred application from a year ago, it was deferred because at that time it was deficient 6 spaces. Since then, bylaw 89/2022 has come into force, and we are now only deficient 2 visitor spaces. During the course of that deferral, the requirement of the deferral was to consult with transportation planning, which I did. And based on those conversations, I did a lengthy transportation study, which surveyed the abundance of primarily public transit infrastructure surrounding this proposal, and essentially how the client is going to be marketing the units to prospective patrons. But further, in addition to the transit infrastructure that surrounds the area, There's also an abundance of paid off-site parking solutions, none which I've detailed within the transportation study. Nonetheless, transportation staff did want to see us provide off-site parking, which I was able to successfully obtain at a neighboring lot to the north, 38 South Station Street. We have a 2-year lease agreement tentatively in place. Obviously, upon successful decision, it'll be executed. Mr. Chair, just to make a clarification, you did note that the councillor letter on file, although it does speak to the application not being appropriate because at the time the 6 spaces, it also does make recommendations on how that can be solved, and one of them was off-site parking. So I think with the progress that's been made on this application since deferral, it is a sound application. Further, I did have conversations with Mr. Levin, who was the registered letter of objection on AIC. Main concerns for him were the accumulation of garbage on the roof, as well as parking potentially at the rear of his buildings. We've solved the parking challenge with the off-site parking, and further, I did advise him that if we are successful with this application, the owner is willing to install security screens on the 2 windows that overlook his roof to prevent that from further happening. So I'll open it up to any questions by the committee at this time.
Okay, so I apologize, I didn't read through the, you're right, she mentions the agreement you had, but she tells me that this property is submitted a development application and it's slated to begin, so they think that's only a temporary solution, but obviously I assume that that solution is no longer available because the lot is going to be developed, that you would rent 2 other visitors parking spaces. I assume that's not the only place it could be?
No, so the site is up for development. They currently not slated to start construction there for a period of 3 to 4 years. We only went with the 2-year because that is a guaranteed timeline that we can access the site for parking.
Right.
But it is the essence that ultimately this proposal is going to be public compliant. There's an abundance around it, and there's small units, and they were made small so that they can be marketed affordably.
Sure. So I don't understand. Again, they're only visitor parking spots, not
Correct.
resident. But is there any requirement for residence parking?
Not under the updated bylaw, sir.
Okay, so if there's no requirement for resident parking, the fact that you're efficient 2 visitor parking spots is a little surprising that it's not acceptable to the councillor.
I don't understand that at all.
Yeah, it's me neither.
No residential parking requirement. Why is there visitor parking requirement? I don't get.
Yeah, and it's on, anyway, okay, thank you, Mr. Creamy. Let's hear from the neighbor. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Creamy before we do that? Okay, so let's hear from the other speaker on this application, Dave Bennett.
Mr. Chair and members, Dave is present on the call. He's unmuted. He's also asked to be a panelist or to be on video. So I'm going to go ahead and bump him over to the video to a panelist. Dave, you are now a panelist, so you can go ahead and start your video by clicking the Start Video button, and I'll go ahead and unmute you.
Hey, hello, sir.
Hello.
Good afternoon. So you're with the Weston Village Residents Association.
Yes, I am.
Are you in favor of this application, or are you opposed to it due to the deficiency of 2 parking spaces?
I'm opposed to it because of the deficiency.
Sorry, I can't. You're coming in a little muffled, sir.
I apologize. I'm opposed because of the deficiency.
I see. Two visitor parking spots for 6 badly needed residential apartments being converted from probably redundant old office space, and you're opposed to that.
Well, there was spaces there. There was a rooming house before, and I do understand that they've come in with a leasing agreement for the store, but that's not signed, and even when that's signed, those parking spaces are not permanent. everybody before this application was talking about lot lines, which would be there for the life of those units. This here is not the case.
Well, wouldn't they just find other units? Nothing is forever, sir, in life, right? So whether this property gets developed or the landlord doesn't renew their lease, if they sign a 2-year lease or whatever, or a 1-year lease, and they have to, we're talking about visitor parking spots. Council in their infinite wisdom have decided that they don't have to have resident parking, and the bylaw still has the 2 visitor spots. Used to be 6 visitor spots. They brought that down. We wait long enough, maybe it'll be 0 parking required for visitors. Anyway, sir, you're opposed to this because of the lack of the 2 visitor parking spaces being provided. You're therefore opposed to this developer, this first party building 6 residential units.
Correct.
Just wanted to know your position. Okay. You want to expound on that as to why, or?
The adjacent property is going to be 40 units, and that's great. Weston's going through a really large development changes, which is positive. I'm definitely pro development. The parking pressures are going to continue to grow, and we know what everybody does with visitor parking. They expect it to be there for themselves, and it's just I just looked at the application. It just seemed really odd to me that they stated that they had this, and that's not the case for the life of the product, for the life of the proposal, and that's it. I appreciate everybody's time.
Well, I don't think they're being disingenuous because this other property is going to be redeveloped. I'll go find some other parking spots. Anyway, did you know if this new 40-story mixed-use building, I don't know how many units, you said 40 unit, I think it's 40-story.
40-story.
So it's going to be a big building. I assume they're going to have their own parking on that together, or below. I mean, some buildings don't even build parking anymore.
They're going to have 80 units, 80 parking spots. They had a meeting on Monday.
Okay, so they're going to provide parking. Okay. Thank you, sir, for your position. You're entitled to your position. Mr. Cremini, we'll go back to you for rebuttal. And then in the meantime, does anyone have any questions for Mr. Bennett before? Mr.
I do have a question for Mr. Bennett.
Yeah.
Dave, are you aware that there are no residential parking requirements? So they don't, so help me to understand this. I don't understand why you need visitor parking spots if you don't have spots for the actual residents. You don't require spots for the actual residents. Do you like, I can't wrap my head around this. So maybe you could explain it to me.
Yeah, and I appreciate that question. And so for other developments in the area, and I've got a couple that are close to us, all of these parking requirements, and it's 1 here, 2 there, right? There's all these pressures for that happen inside of the neighborhood, and it just seems odd to me that you can have about like a parking area that's not sustainable or it might not be there for the life of the unit. Housing should be stable, and and that's what we offer to our children, right? And yes, it's only a parking spot, right? But it's
the visitor. So it's the fact that, okay, so the tenant who is the resident doesn't have to have a parking spot, but a visitor visiting that tenant has to have a parking spot. This is what I do not understand.
That's a bylaw issue.
It's obviously a catch up. They just took out they just lowered it. And the next, they lowered it. Would be, Mr. Cremie said it originally back in last year was 6. It was required
6 visitor spots, but was there a residential component to that?
No, previously there was 6 resident spots. When the application was before us, they needed 6 resident spots.
Right.
The requirement for the resident spots has now been eliminated.
Has been eliminated. Okay, got it. I mean, it is a major transit hub. I get that. Yeah. Okay. So, but the visitor parking.
But the requirement for visitor spots has not been eliminated in the bylaw.
So that is an error, really. I mean, really, that needs to be fixed. Anyway.
That's the way the bylaw is currently.
I get it. Okay.
So, and this is the only, they're only building this building with only, that's their only variance, so the building is, you know, a compliant building. Is that correct? We'll hear from Mr. Cremian. So this is not just the built form is in compliance that they're looking to, or it's just the second floor, it's already built, right? The building's already there. They're just getting rid of office space and converting it to apartments. But no variances, so no other change to the built form. We'll ask that to Mr. Cremini. So perhaps let's go back to Mr. Cremini now.
I also think there's a garbage issue. I read somewhere in one of the letters, in the letter, there was a garbage issue.
I guess that's typically resolved at site plan stage. That's usually dealt with at site plan. It's the garbage and loading and all those fun things.
Yeah.
So, okay, Mr. Creamy, back to you. And just please, there's no other variances, correct?
No, no, it's the only variance, and I want to confirm all the.
And there's no requirement for bicycle parking in the
There,
bylaw?
there is a requirement for bicycle parking, and if you refer to Plan A3, if you have that available to you, we've made modifications to the first floor of the existing building to provide, what is that, 6 bicycle parking spaces. And yes, you were correct, Stan. Originally, it was 6 residence parking spaces. I'm sorry if I alluded to those being residents. No, there were 6 residence spaces that changed. Ultimately, I want to say this as respectfully as possible, but we're having all sorts of discussions about how we want to move towards a transit-oriented city. And we're making large investments into transit infrastructure. And before you today is an application that heavily relies on the abundance of public transit around it. And yes, we're talking about visitor parking spaces, 2 of them. Not only to mention, in 2016, the census that was completed, of the 50, I think it was 51,000 respondents within the year, 39% of them reported that public transit was their primary mode of transportation. And that was pre the major GO investment that was made into this area, and what's going to be, hopefully sooner than later, the Eglinton LRT that will come up to completion. It's not in direct access to the LRT, but through Weston Road and through Lawrence, you can access the LRT quite easily from the site. But speaking to the visitor parking space deficiency, yes, we did obtain a 2-year lease agreement, and we do realize that that isn't something set in stone and will be for the life of the building. But we do realize that there is an abundance of Green P paid parking solutions to satisfy those visitor parking spaces. So I don't know how much more effort can be made to satisfy the deficiency now of 2 visitor parking spaces and provide much needed rental housing stock, especially in an area that is in need of it.
Yes, so there wasn't any requirement when it was office space for parking. Anyway, I think that that's based on what Ms. Alderson had to say. It's perplexing, and what's going to happen is if there's no requirement, that's going to drop off in any event. The deficiency is only 2, and it's creating, like you said, 5 badly needed apartments. So I'm rather surprised that the councillor has written.
But that was that was actually an older letter and previous materials. She hasn't sent an update.
No, there's a letter added in the added material.
Yeah, there's a new letter.
Materials.
She's still opposed to it.
Yeah,
correct.
On the 2 visitor.
And,
okay.
and I think the
other thing I wanted to ask, perhaps the applicant knows this. I know there's a small Green P parking lot. There was a very large one, which is now no longer, but there's a small Green P parking lot. How many parking spots? It's just like literally steps away from this building.
2-minute walk according to Google.
Yeah. So how many spots are there? Do you know? And are do you know how many spots? I think it's 24, 25 spots.
And I didn't look into it, but I'm going to agree with you because I've been there, and yes, it's in the 20s.
It's in the 20s, yeah, okay.
But I also want to be honest with the committee. I'm fairly confident that a portion of those spots, they're not available for Green P because they serve the residential condo behind it. But a large portion of the spots are available for paid parking, in addition to parking along South Jason Street, which is directly to the north of this site. And that's on both sides of the streets.
I just feel that if the councillor has written a letter of opposition, she must have a good reason for it. So, yeah.
You think, eh?
I think, yes, I would think.
What I think this letter, first of all, by slamming the applicant for almost like being indigent, because he signed the agreement when the building's going to be redeveloped, but like we've just discussed for the last minutes, lots of parking around there. And if it's not, there isn't. But
Well,
basically,
there is a green
basically said,
parking lot.
this is
There's a
an
green
unacceptable. They're saying that this lease is an unacceptable solution, which to me is really, really, really overreaching. So I don't know what, I'm very surprised that we got this letter when it was 6 residential parking, now that it's 2 visitor. And the reason given is that their alternative arrangement that they know, because they're the city, that building's going to be redeveloped in 12 to 24 months. Anyway, let's move on. Is someone ready to make a motion?
Yeah.
I think the counselor's letter has nothing to do with this issue. It's more of a, this is the only variance, but anyway, I'm not going to say anymore. You can also come to agreement with Green P itself in terms of long-term leasing. So just as a future footnote. Besides that, I'm going to move approval. I believe this is desired. It's badly needed, and it's minor in nature.
It's 2 visitor parking spots.
And I would be moving that motion whether they have the 2 visitor parking spots.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, seconder for that motion. Mr. Palmer, all in favor? All opposed?
I'm going to be opposed.
Okay, big surprise. 3-1, it carries. Let's move on to the next application, which is item number 5. Yes,
Mr.
okay,
Chair, number 25.
52 Delma. 52 Delma. And we have 1 speaker. This is an application for a new front porch, 2-story rear addition, and the new rear deck with 4 variances. Urban Forestry is looking for condition number 2. This was deferred from February 23rd, 2023. Planning has a condition of approval to construct as illustrated. As said of that, and then we have material, supporting materials and the materials from the previous hearing. There are 4 variances and was deferred from February 23rd, 2023. We can hear why from the applicant, who is Natalie Taleb. Welcome.
Hi there. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Natalie Taleb. I'm here representing the homeowner at 52 Delma. I'm just going to provide a little bit of a history just on this application. This application for the rear addition, the deck, and the front 1-story addition was held through committee in 2019 and it was approved. However, the events of 2020 came through. There were some financial implications and the project was put on hold. But the homeowner kind of looked at their drawings and considered doing a separate unit dwelling in the basement. So we revised the drawings to show a separate unit dwelling and remove the interior stairs. So the project got converted from a single-family unit dwelling to a duplex. However, we put that in for committee in September and the planner was opposed to it because they were concerned with the conversion from a single-family home to a duplex. We made the revisions and changed back the drawings back to a single-family home with an exterior entryway at the front of the home. The planners were in approval of our revisions and we went back into committee in February. However, the notice was not updated to the neighbors, so it got deferred once again to today. So the neighbors, there are no objections. The neighbors have seen the notices, I think, a good 3-4 times now. The homeowner is very in tune with the community and knows most of the neighbors for a very long time. So there's no concerns from the neighbors. And then there are the 4 variances that I can go through in more detail if you like. I have no issues with that. Would you like me to go through it
I don't think that's
each and every
necessary.
variance?
I don't think it's necessary to go through the individual variances. Why don't we just see then if any of you're the only speaker, like just say no, nothing. You're okay with the planning condition of the construct as illustrated, I'm sure. Urban forestry condition 2.
Yes, we're okay with that.
Okay, thanks. So let's just see if members have any questions for you, if someone's ready for a motion. Thank you for that presentation.
Thank you.
I'm prepared to make a motion if no one has any questions.
Go ahead. I think you're good.
I believe this application meets the 4 tests. It's minor in nature, subject to, so I move for approval subject to community planning's condition that it be tied to the architectural site plan dated January 26th and held on file by the C of A as it relates to the front basement entrance and landscape elements. And also condition for urban forestry condition number 2.
Thank you. We have a seconder for that? Mark, thank you. All in favor? Okay, you have your approval, unanimous approval. Thank you, Ms. Celeb. Okay, item number 26, 20 Portage Avenue. This is an application to construct a 2nd-story addition above the existing dwelling. A new front covered porch and the existing detached garage in the rear yard will be maintained. 3 variances. We have the minutes. This was deferred from November 10, 2022. So we have the minutes and the previous materials in the previous hearing, from the previous hearing. And we have a previous decision, it looks like, on this from March 2019. That's all we have. And the speaker is Agostino Monteleone.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. My name is Agostino Monteleone. I'm from Amtech Engineering, and I'm here on behalf of the property owners. We are located at 1500 Royal York Road, Unit 48 in Etobicoke.
Okay. Yeah, no issues. I saw with just an email. Very straightforward application. Holly, what happened? Why it was deferred? Why are you back here after this matter was deferred in November, correct?
That's correct, yes. We had some correspondence back and forth with the city with the city planner, and we decided to reduce the lot coverage to satisfy the comments which were issued.
Right. So you made the changes. That's what I was trying to get from you. You made changes since the last time. Okay, let's just see if members have any questions for you, if someone's ready for a motion. Mr. Komorik?
I find the application to be minor and meeting the 4 test and look to move approval with no conditions.
Thank you. Second, Komorik's motion, Ms. Alderson, thank you. All in favor? Unanimous approval. Thank you, Mr. Monteleone. Have a good afternoon. Okay. Next application is item number 27, I believe. Oops. Trouble with the bookmarks today here. This is an application, item 27-7, Highgate Road. It's to construct a new rear deck and a new detached garage. And there were 2 variances. We have, this matter was deferred from November 24, 2022. We have the minutes, supporting material. Planning has a condition of approval to construct as illustrated, as noted in there, and also not have any habitable space included in the basement, in the garage rather, sorry. And urban forestry condition 1. Speaker on this application is Page. Can you please,
Mr. Chair, the speaker is Justin Taylor, and they've also requested to be on video. So I'm going to go ahead and make them a panelist now. Justin, you're a panelist now, so please feel free to start your video by clicking the Start Video button, and you are unmuted.
Hi, good afternoon, can everybody hear me?
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee staff, and anybody else from the public who's attending. Nice to meet you, and thank you for listening to my application. So my name's Justin Taylor, and I'm the owner at 7 Highgate in Etobicoke. Thank you for putting that up. There's 2 parts to this minor variance, which I would briefly like to speak to the committee about. The first is to be able to construct a detached garage, and the second is to repair a patio which forms part of a historic bomb shelter. The bomb shelter was put in the 50s during the Cold War, and subsequently unused, and then a previous owner of the property filled the bomb shelter with rubble from a renovation, and after that the roof of the bomb shelter has begun to collapse on the patio, and I want to repair that. So if we could, I'll be very brief. I'll deal with the two items in succession. The first item is regarding the variance number 1, which is the bomb shelter. So it was filled with rubble by the previous owner and it's collapsing. If we could please go down to the end of these pictures, I'd just like to show everybody what I'm talking about. If somebody could please scroll down for me. So there we go. In the picture, you can see some of the old structure. They paved on top of the shelter, and now it's collapsing. So that forms the. So what my intention was to do is to excavate that, to repair the structure beneath that, and then put a concrete roof on top. And the concrete roof on top is actually the part that forms the problem, because the concrete roof is also the patio floor, and that patio floor, according to the bylaw, should be 1.8 meters away from the boundary line, but it can't be because it's actually the roof of the patio. So I hope we could understand the limitation there and rather classify it as a bomb or as a substructure roof rather than a patio. Does that make sense to the committee?
Yeah, you also have it explained in the staff report as well. And we have a staff report on this, correct? So
yes. Okay. And then
planning is fine with your application.
Oh, thank you. It's good to know. And then the second part is dealing with a detached garage. This property had a garage at the rear of the property many years ago, and then the garage was broken down, and at the same time the bomb shelter was put in, a swimming pool was put in. If we could we please go back to the previous pictures of the rear of the property, Mr. Chair, or somebody, if we could just have a quick look at that. Exactly, that's exactly the picture. So that Japanese maple tree is approximately where the old garage was, and you can see behind the maple tree is the neighbor's garage. So all these houses had detached garages at the back of the property. But I don't want to damage the tree, so I'm asking permission to move the detached garage forward on the property that we can protect the tree. And what that means is that part of a short section of the garage wall will actually touch the subterranean structure wall of the now refurbished bomb shelter. But the garage structure is still 1.8 meters away from the house, so it complies above grade, but below grade there's a little bit of an area where the two walls meet. And I don't want to move the garage back because I don't want to cut the tree down, and I'd also like to preserve as much soft landscaping as possible. So I hope that variance is also acceptable to the committee. And that's really the end of it. That's my presentation.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll see if members have any questions. Thank you for that.
Yeah, this is my first bomb shelter application, so I'd like to ask about the bomb shelter.
Certainly.
Is that, it's not something that we usually get. So is that underground?
Yes, so the bomb shelter was put in after the house was built about 10 years later, from what I can determine. And it's a sub-grade shelter about 14 feet wide by 12 feet deep. It used to have access from the basement, and it had a concrete roof. And that concrete roof is now the underside of the patio, which is collapsing as per the pictures. And it's been filled with building rubble. So the previous owner who sold the house to me didn't quite cart it away. He was supposed to demolish the structure, but didn't. And now I discovered this, and I need to rectify it. So I'm trying to use the opportunity to extend my basement and to rehabilitate that structure the same size that's shown in the drawings, and then reconstruct the patio floor. So there's not going to be any obvious changes to the outside of the house, except for the fact that there's now going to be a detached garage included.
Okay, thank you.
Is anyone ready for a motion?
So Laura, there's your iceberg house, but based on something retro.
Okay.
Well, planning suggests, I assume you read the planning memo that they suggest if you want a half habitable space, they're asking for a condition, but if you want, you should reapply as an actual garden suite. So
No,
you're aware of that condition, sir, correct?
Yes. I definitely don't want to put more people in my property. That's a garage.
Okay.
Yes.
I understand now the distance issue. It confused me a bit. So anyway, having said all that, I'd like to move approval. I believe the application meets the 4 tests and is desirable, subject to the planning condition, 2 conditions, sorry, and the forestry condition of the city tree.
Okay, thank you. Can I go a seconder for that motion? And thank you. All in favor? You have unanimous approval. Thank you, sir, and thank you for that explanation. Enjoy your bomb shelter. Okay, and your garage. Actually, we're going to hear these two together, 28 and 29, 268 and 266 Ryder Avenue. These matters were before us back in February 2023. It's of semi-detached garages in the rear yard, each with 4 variances. We have a cover letter for each. They've eliminated 3 variances since they were last here in February. So they now have 3 left, or 4, 7, including, and planning has no concerns. So the agent for both applicants is Andrea Grisolia.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Andre Grisolia. I'm the authorized agent for the owners of 266 and 268 RYDNG Avenue.
Okay. So just walk us through what's happening here. You're going to build a pair of garages for these 2 neighbors, and
yeah.
Well, why was it was deferred and you eliminated some variances?
There was deferred because there was a confusion, or there were confusing items. One was referring to the zoning review and not the items that were in the notice. So, and then in saying that, we did eliminate some items with regards to the electronic outlets for the cars.
Okay.
Yeah.
Members, any questions for the agent, or is someone ready for a motion?
Yeah, I'm good to go. I remember this application, and there was confusion, and that was why we sent it back. It's much clearer now, and completely in agreement. It meets the 4 tests. It's desirable. I'd like to move approval for both with no conditions.
Thank you. Seconder for that. Ms. Alderson, thank you. All in favor? Another or 2 more unanimous decisions. So both applications are approved, no conditions. Okay, we've been at this for over 2 hours since our morning, the afternoon break. So how about we take a 10-minute break, with everyone's permission. And Barb, could you please give me a call? Thank you.
Do we have our members, Stan and Laura? Okay, this is quorum. We'll be proceeding. Neil will be chairing the remainder of the items for today. So the next item is item 30, and Laura, you have a conflict, correct? Yep.
So do we have a quorum then? If there's only
Yes,
two
when
people?
there's two members, unless there's a tie, two members is quorum when one has declared an interest.
Okay.
And that's fine. If we'll just deal with that if that's what happens.
Okay. Item 30, 25 Williams Street. So it is, the purpose of the application is to construct a new detached dwelling with attached garage. Previous Committee of Adjustment decision A 040620 EYK approved variances related to floor space index and side yard setback. Do I need to describe the variances or not, Barbara?
No, you don't.
Okay, and you'll introduce who the speaker is?
Yes, we have Jonathan Benchkowski, who's the agent for the applicant. And there's one speaker representing 2 Wadsworth that will be speaking today.
Okay, so we have planning comments on this application. They're in favor of the application with the revisions that were submitted. We have forestry condition number 1. That's about all we have on this one. And we have a counselor, local counselor support letter in the additional material. So we can proceed with the applicant presentation then.
Good afternoon, committee. Jonathan Miskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Go
Can
ahead.
everybody hear me?
Your presentation, yes.
Oh, thanks, Barb. I'll be fairly brief. This is kind of our third kick at the can. We initially were here with an FSI at 0.8, were approved. We were appealed to the T-Lab, refused. We came back at 0.7 with a planning comment. We've since further revised the proposal to be at 0.65, which has eliminated the concerns of planning. Further to that, the proposal only requests an increase of FSI. In terms of the massing as it presents itself from William, the side yard setbacks are in compliant as well as the height. The front yard setback is also in compliant. If we look at the rear yard situation, the proposed rear yard setback is 11.64 meters, which is essentially 4 meters above the required rear yard setback. We've worked with planning with these changes. Again, the built form and massing is what the zoning bylaw envisions. This is a neighborhood that has many different lot frontages and lot areas and varying house sizes. Again, I'm going to be very brief because this is a fairly straightforward application in my opinion. Lastly, just to say the building length is a modest 15.95 meters as well. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee might have at this time.
Okay, just for clarification then, in the notice when it says a previous Committee of Adjustment application approved the variance for floor space index and side yard, that was then appealed to T-Lab, is that correct?
Correct, Mr. Chair, probably for the first time.
Okay, so really there is no variances that were approved right now.
Correct. We are here as a hearing de novo because we were refused at the T-Lab. Now that again, the committee did see it fit to approve an FSI of 0.8. We are now at 0.65 of an FSI before you today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I guess I'm the only one here, so I'm gonna move a motion.
Well, wait, Mr. Comeric, I think we have a neighbor.
Do we?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, members, there
Barb,
is
do
a
we have a
neighbor.
neighbor?
Correct. There is a neighbor on the call. Raj Kahar will be speaking.
Yeah, I have no questions for the applicant, so.
Okay, well, let's hear from the neighbor's representative.
Raj, you are unmuted, so go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Raj Kehar. I'm hoping you can all hear me.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So I'm counsel to Sharon Wilson and David Curry. They're the owners of 2 Wadsworth, which is immediately behind the subject site. And we had done a submission to you back in February. We're also counsel for these appellants who appealed the prior committee approval of this application to the TLAB. We argued this matter in front of the TLAB. We had professional planning advice presented in front of the TLAB. And that professional planning advice was ultimately accepted by the TLAB. And that advice was along the lines of what is the immediate context here and what is the appropriate amount of FSI for this site. And that advice was that the maximum appropriate amount of FSI for this site is 0.60 FSI. Now, when the matter was in front of the TLAB, the request was for 0.76 and it was for a side yard variance. But the TLAB decision that was issued, and this was only issued late last year, was very clear that the side yard was never in dispute. The dispute was always about the FSI and the FSI being too much for the area. And I can tell you that we went through in the immediate context all of the properties and looked at their FSI, and they were all below 0.6 in terms of their median and in terms of their average. There is but one property that stands out as a highlight, having a higher FSI than the 0.6. And frankly, that's the property next door. That property next door has an FSI of 0.67. Now you might ask yourself, well, if 0.67 is okay next door, why is 0.65 not okay on the subject site? And the TLAB dealt with that very issue in its decision. And the difference is the site next door does not have an attached garage or an integral garage. The subject site is proposing an attached garage or integral garage. And what happens with integral garages is you don't count the GFA in the FSI calculation. And that's why the site next door at 0.67 was acceptable at 0.67, because that 0.67 is a much smaller building or box. In fact, if you were to take the subject site and take its proposal and put the building in and actually count the garage space, which would give you an apples and apples comparison to the building next door, you'd end up with an FSI closer to 0.73. And that is too big for the immediate context in this area. The TLAB recognized that in its decision. The TLAB, in fact, in its decision referenced another TLAB decision that was on Wadsworth, 5 Wadsworth, where 0.65 with an integral garage was refused. This is the same ask, a street over in the same immediate context. And accordingly, we say the committee should refuse it. Now, my client's not suggesting that this site cannot develop. It can. And the appropriate maximum amount of FSI is 0.6, not 0.65. And if the application was for 0.6, we wouldn't be here opposing it. I'm going to leave you with 2 key points. The first is that ultimately the TLAB has already decided this matter. It's decided that that an appropriate amount of FSI here is 0.6, not 0.65. And it's decided that in part, if you take a careful reading, by making its decision, relying on the Wadsworth decision and relying on the immediate context and concluding that 0.65 is too much. Them coming forward with this committee of application and asking for a higher FSI is in fact a res judicata issue. Secondly, I'm going to leave you with, there's of course the 4 tests under the Planning Act. The requirement is to ensure that you meet the prevailing character of the area. Massing is one of those factors. That was precisely the question that was put to the TLAB. And it was determined that the amount of massing that would be over 0.6, in this case 0.65, at the TLAB 0.76, is not in keeping with the prevailing character of the neighborhood. And we say that continues to be the case with this application. So we're asking you to refuse the minor variance, or in the alternative, you could approve it at 0.60, but 0.65 is just too much. Those are my submissions, subject to any questions you might have.
Thank you. Mr. Kamara, any questions?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised because I thought that I guess I got this mixed up with Etobicoke, where the square footage of the garage would be included in the FSI. So just to be clear, that square footage of this garage is excluded from the FSI?
That's correct. It's not counted, it's excluded, and as a result, you end up with a bigger building at a 0.65
No, of course you
FSI.
do. Of course you do. That just, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just, I need to wrap my head around that because I had that envisioned, and I realize this is old town of Weston now, not Etobicoke, because I was thinking that FSI was included, and that I had no problem with it at that level. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have no questions. So we heard back from the applicant.
One moment, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
All right, Jonathan's back.
All right, are you able to hear me? Hello? Hi?
Yes, Jonathan,
Hello.
you're good.
Oh, sorry, I was muted there. I find it a little disingenuous to give you an FSI of what would include the garage, seeing as citywide, your permitted parking space is not included in FSI. The FSI that we are going for today is exactly what is on the plans. There is no change. We are not trying to hide FSI anywhere. That is not the case. This is simply like every other application in the city of Toronto that has an FSI that does not include the garage. This is no different than every other application in the city of Toronto. I was also at the TLAB hearing. There is no mention of only of an FSI of 0.6 being permitted in that decision. That is not the case. Additionally, the massing of the dwelling is perceived two ways. One is from the street. The FSI, as well as the side yard setback, were requested at the TLAB. That is not the case before you today. That massing of what is from the street level is compliant with the zoning bylaw in terms of height, as well as depth, as well as length, as well as side yard setback, is well in excess of rear yard setback, okay, and is well below the permitted length that is required. In terms of dealing with the adjacent house at 27, which has the FSI of 0.67, in turn, that 0.67 FSI with the detached garage in the rear yard would have a much higher coverage number than what is proposed before you today. I would like you to bring up some of the support material that I filed that would address some of the issues raised through Mr. Kahar's submission there. If we could bring up the support material I filed, it would be showing the coverage massing of what is proposed and what is not proposed.
It's on the way.
Mm, 30.
If we go to the next one, please, Adam, go down to. So this is the proposal that is before you today. That green line at the rear represents the required rear yard setback. Now that rear yard setback, we speak of massing in terms of where it's volumed on the site. In terms of the zoning bylaw, this dwelling could be built longer to the same height with recesses and could actually be pushed further back from the street due to the required front yard setback. I would suggest to you that we've worked with planning. We've worked with additionally the counselor in support. And this is the one individual is the only one that has been opposed to this from both applications. You have numerous letters of support from adjacent neighbors as well as the broader neighborhood as a whole. This is a very modest ask for a 0.65 FSI from what was originally approved at 0.8. I'd also like to bring up the issue of this has already been adjudicated at the TLAB. Correct, this has been adjudicated at the TLAB, but this was adjudicated at the TLAB at 0.75, not at 0.65, which is what is before you today. Additionally, with the changes made from planning, that no longer has an objection from that hearing that was deferred back in February. So I would submit that this is appropriate, is desirable for this land. and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Just one question for me. Your previous application included the integral garage, correct?
Correct. And as always, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kamarick, any questions?
No, I think I'm good. I think I'm moved by the fact that planning is in approval, and that there's really only a single variance, and if there's a massing issue, there's typically more than one variance. And on that basis, I'm going to move approval. I believe it does meet the 4 tests, subject to forestry condition 1.
Okay, I will support that recommendation. So we are approved then.
Okay, so the next item is item 31, 29 DeMarco Boulevard. We have the agent on file as well as 2 neighbors to speak.
Mr. Chair and members, I did like to bring to your attention, there was a area resident who was not on the original list, and they are present as well. So when it's their time to speak, I'll introduce them. And I will go ahead at this time and unmute Stephen.
So members and the public, we have the previous minutes, the presentation materials from the applicant, email exchanges with the applicant and planning. Planning is recommending refusal. There are 3 form letters in support, letters in opposition from 31 and 33 DeMarco, a petition in opposition, the previous hearing materials, and in your additional materials, you have a letter in opposition from the counselor and presentation materials from the neighbor in opposition. For conditions, you have ECS, recommended conditions, and urban forestry.
Okay. Barb, you're going to introduce the applicant then?
Yes, we have Steve Stoyanovich on the line.
We can barely hear you, sir.
Hopefully it's better now.
That's better.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Steve Stojanovic, and I'm representing myself and my partner, Manuel de Sosa, in this application.
Okay, please proceed.
This application was brought to you a long time ago, and it was deferred due to the fact that there was substantial changes in the application itself. I'm gonna start by using the comparison between the approved application in the neighborhood with the pictures of all the house at 611 Queen Street, and showing underneath the picture of the 2 new houses, 611 and 613, that was built on the same lot, severed lot. I going to now, since I forgot to include the chart of the approved variances for that 611 and 613, I'm gonna just recall them from a chart that I have. 611 and 613 have a lot frontage of 1243 and 1216. Our proposed house has a lot frontage of 1585, which is above the minimum requirement by zoning, and 1158, which is 38 feet. Compared to those, our proposed houses are similar to those as built. Then the area of proposed lot for 611 and 613 is 427 and 415, compared to our lot of 303 meter and 377 meter. It is evident that our lots are smaller than those approved. If we compare now the lot coverage for the houses that are built in 611 and 613, 611 has a lot coverage of 35 feet, and the house was built on that lot is 149 square meter. For part 2, 3, and 4, and 5, the lot coverage is 36.6 square percent, and lot is 150, and the house built on that lot is 152 square meter. It is evident from our lot coverages of 36 and 38%, and our houses that are 130 meter and 120 meter, that they are appropriate for the proposed severance lot. There is a few more variances on that approved lot, which I may get later on. Now, if we look at the subject site, which is compare its location that is very close to major transit stations such as Lawrence Avenue and Black Creek Drive. Lawrence Avenue is only about 100 meters from subject site, and subject site has a frontage of 90 feet, and it should be able to accommodate two houses, two modest houses that will reflect the size of the proposed lot. The thing that I want to talk the most is the fact that planning recommends the refusal of our application. Based on that fact, Councillor also recommends refusal of application because the planning says it recommends refusal. We shorten our house and follow the instruction of the planning. The planning, as it's seen on page 4, the new proposed page 4. Can you please turn to page 4?
Page 4.
Page 4 of my presentation.
It's on the way.
Okay. Page 4 shows the house, the proposed house on part, yes, on the part 1, that it's within the outline of the existing house or on the middle of the existing house porch. And it has sufficient rear lot setback. The one more thing that I'd really like to emphasize, the planner in his letter, second letter, acknowledge improvements of the application, but he also says that our lot is the smallest in the immediate neighborhood. How can I answer this? And just to say that there is well-known saying that there is 3 types of lies: big lies, small lies, and statistics. In this example, planning is using statistics to say that our lot is the smallest in the neighborhood without mentioning across our lot, the lots that are 1370 to 1463, very similar to our proposed lot.
Mr. Chair, 6
Also,
minutes.
the plan, can I have a half a minute more, please?
Yes, please wrap up as soon as you can.
Okay, and planner also says that in broader neighborhoods we don't have the tower lot is very small. It's the smallest one. If you look on previous page 6, just one page before, there is a lot that coexisting between each other, 12.2, 12.4, that is house 120, 124, then 19 meter for lot 118. It's many lots that are similar in size to our lots, and they are very close to school. Also, the planning department didn't.
You're at 7 minutes now. You have to finish.
Okay. The planning didn't define what is lot study area, and it's my opinion that variances required are small and appropriate for the development. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
I apologize for being long.
Okay, panel members, any questions for the applicant? No? Okay, Barb, do we have anyone else lined up to speak?
Yes, Charlene Nunez, 33 DeMarco.
Hello?
Go ahead, Charlene.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, committee. Thank you for hearing me. I did provide a letter that I'm opposed to the variance request, and specific to the points that the gentleman was talking about. The lot where he's saying the lot is large. It's 90 feet on the front, but on the back it's a pie-shaped lot, so it's a bit of an irregular lot. I am pro development and for more housing. However, on this type of a lot, I don't feel it's warranted because of the shape of the lot. You'll end up with two houses where the back part of the house, even though it's saying it's the if it's 5.8, when you put a deck on top of that or add a deck to it, then you're closer again. You're closer to that neighbor. That was the major kind of one of our points. And then the example that he provided, where he's saying is an example of a lot that was severed. It's a rectangular lot that provides equal square footage, I guess, to both properties that were developed on that one.
Okay, anything additional that you want to add?
No, I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Panel members, any questions? No. Barb, is there anyone else to speak to this item?
Yes, there's an Anna at 31 DeMarco Boulevard.
Okay.
Afternoon to everyone. I'm the owner of 31 DeMarco, right next to.
Your full name.
Can you hear me now?
We need your name.
Sorry, it's Anna Teixeira, and I'm the owner of 31 DeMarco Boulevard. So we are opposing for various reasons, and one of them is has already been mentioned, the shape of the lot, and we feel like it does not accommodate for two houses to be built. I also think, or we think that severing the lot will change the character of our neighborhood and to create, open precedents for in the future other lots be divided into and turn into smaller lots. Also, the fact that this will cut green space. 29 DeMarco Boulevard is wide at the front, but then divided into two, and building two houses as the applicant is proposing will reduce the green space. And I also would like to mention the fact, and I think you have letters in front of you that show the fact that trees were removed from this property, and I don't think they asked permission to do so. And one of the other reasons is for the fact that the lot, it's so irregular, the encroachment and the loss of privacy, and also the loss of sun exposure. 29 DeMarco Boulevard was built differently from most of the houses on our street for a reason. because this way it's not encroaching onto other properties and we have sun exposure, especially for ourselves, because our entrance door is on the side of the house. We will be dealing with a 2-story house just across from our main entrance with all these windows that are being proposed. I know that a house needs windows, every house does, but in our case, it will for sure take away our privacy based on the fact how our house is built and how the proposed build is going to happen if approved. So for those reasons, we are against it.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, any questions? No? Okay,
We have
Bart?
one last speaker, Dawood Al-Janabi from 20 Jacinta Drive.
Okay.
Hi, Mr. Chairman and members of committee. So I do have a representation, a PowerPoint representation attached, supposed to be viewed. Yes. So to start with, we were presented with a lot of misinformation, threats, and also, rude behavior from this builder, to a point where, like, they start even to tell us that they have someone in the committee of adjustment. Anyways, I'm not gonna argue. The city planning, they already made their decision based on their facts. They already mentioned that this whole project doesn't represent a minor variances. It doesn't go with the zoning bylaw, and it doesn't meet the general intent of the official plan. But I'm going to discuss the desirability of this thing. So as you can see in this picture, the property had three trees. And by the way, can we go to the first slide, please? So the owner submitted, as per their application, they submitted their variances to the Committee of Adjustment and to the Forestry Department. They said that the property doesn't have any private trees and doesn't have any city-owned trees. What happened exactly that they cut the trees without declaring that, so they can make their process, look easier for them. At the beginning, so I'm going to show you the views from two angles. As you can see, the two arrows. There were like 5 trees that were removed somehow between February and May 2022. Can we go to the next slide, please?
Sir,
Yes.
we have to
So-
deal with the applications that are before us and not the trees that have been removed.
Okay, we can proceed further if you want. So like, yeah, these were the trees. Can we go next, please? They're gone. Can we go to the next one? The same thing from the other side. There were trees in there. They all got removed. Can you pass forward, please? Thank you. Next, please. Yes. So in these videos, this is like from my backyard, from 20 Jacinta Drive. No, can we go back and play the video? Yes, this video. If that possible.
We cannot play
So
that
as you
video
can
because
see,
that's an
their-
image of a
their
video.
level, oh, that was a video, by the way.
No, we can't
Anyways.
play a video for a file.
Okay, fine. So as you can see, their level of a flow, like their property level is higher, like 1 meter already above my property level, and they are proposing to build 2 properties, so close to the property line in a way where, like, 2 stories built, 2 buildings with 2 stories, they're gonna block the sun. They're gonna, even if I plant trees in there, I wouldn't be able to block, or to preserve my privacy in this case. Can we go forward, please? Because you don't want to discuss the trees anymore, so these slides are not. Next, please. Next. These were all the trees that were cut, but yeah, I would like to have this picture. Yeah. So they're like almost 1 meter above the level of floor that we had. They're proposing to go so close to the property line in a way that pretty much that I won't be able, like in our property, we won't be able to have any privacy anymore. We won't be able to have any sonic exposure anymore. We won't be able to have any kind of you know, personal enjoyment for the backyard. My whole backyard will be just a piece of mud if this you know, application got approved. I would also like to refer to the letter of support that were submitted on April 6, 2023. On the application.
Mr. Chair,
There were
members,
like a
our presenter's laptop is frozen for a moment, but we'll have it up in a moment.
Okay.
Okay, we have the letters of support in our material, I believe.
Yes, I would like to refer to one of them because apparently there is no such an address in the neighborhood.
Okay, there's 18 DeMarco.
Yeah, let's go.
44
The last one.
DeMarco, and it looks like
Yes, this one. So
20?
there is no 210 DeMarco Boulevard. I'm not sure if anyone have checked the you know, the letter of support, or let's say, or anyone have reached out to these owners and asked them for what they signed. But I would like to refer to the content also of this supporting document. Apparently, he mentioned that in the first paragraph that whatever his project is all about minor variances. I don't think so. There is a massing issue. There is a parking space issue. You know, the noise issue that we're gonna have, the sonic exposure, the privacy. It's just like so many things. And also, like in the third paragraph, he said this lot, like his project is similar to the other lots on the area frontage. This like a misinformation. Apparently, that was even mentioned by the city planning. There is not such a thing. It's noticeable because he wants to extend even further in terms of like building ahead towards the street, like to DeMarco Street. He's not only trying to extend towards my property, he's trying to extend also to the front, as well as, you know, he just, I don't know what to say about this, but to be honest, we think that this should be rejected for like many reasons, and it shouldn't be allowed at all because it will change the shape of the whole, you know, neighborhood in this case.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation, sir. You're
no worries.
been speaking for 5.5 minutes. I think that's sufficient. Panel members, do you have any questions? Okay. Barbara, any more presentations, or we're hearing from the applicant again?
Just back to the applicant.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to mention something. Sometimes in November, I wrote a letter or a package that contained all the plans, architectural plans, including elevation, site plan, and everything, and I gave it to my neighbors around the street. After a few weeks, I went to talk to those neighbors, and I answer any question that they may have with respect to my development. I'd like to emphasize that I really try to be as transparent as it's possible. They had much more information than usually committees submit, such as elevation plan, architectural plans, everything. In addition to that, let's say page number 10, if we can see it, it shows clearly the support and opposition letters as I received them. Page number 10. Can we get that one from my presentation?
We're looking to bring it up. Yep.
So you can keep talking.
Okay, this page shows that I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 letters of support. And their letter of support, they are marked with green. Letter of objection are marked with red, and they are less. I'd like now to answer, before my time expires, the fact that gentleman show one application that he said there is no number. I cannot answer that except to say that that was on March 23. I went directly to the houses and some of the neighbors signed it. I didn't check it, and I can easily confirm which of those neighbors signed it. It is not something that it is just that I didn't notice.
Okay, sir, we're dealing with the merits of your application. This isn't a plebiscite. So the number of neighbors for and against aren't really relevant. We're dealing with the merits of your application.
Okay.
And you should be answering some of the issues that were brought up by the neighbors in opposition at this point.
Neighbors in opposition say that my lot is irregular in shape. Yes, it is irregular in shape, but the lot on the back has 80 feet. Lot at the front it has 90 feet. Lot on the back, if we move little, it has two lots from the back that are hitting my back of rear of my lot. It means the lot that I have is sufficient to be divided into two. And the houses that are proposed to be on that lot are more than adequate. The neighbor to number 31 says that the problem is privacy. When I think little, I have to agree with her. It is problem with the privacy. And in that respect, as I was listening to those, I suggest we can put, and I was always trying to talk to the neighbor to try to find solution that everybody is happy. To make frosted windows on the second and the main floor. It means the privacy issue that way is eliminated. We have frosted windows and you cannot see anything from inside or from outside unless the window is open. That is one of my proposals to solve the objection of the neighbor at number 31.
Okay. Are you done, sir?
I could also talk little about the planning department. If we go to the page number 11.
It's on the way.
That page shows all my emails that I had with the planner. I was talking with planner and we had 2 times WebEx meeting. I prepare many different plans and we were going together with the planner. And this is the first one where I explained what I'm doing. Then the planner asked to change the configuration of our proposed severance to make the lot in area kind of similar. I prepared the plan, I sent it to him, and then he was asking me to submit also architectural plan. That is, guys, that is page number 13, where he said, "Hi Steve, thank you for sharing this. Are you able to provide me with separate copy of the architectural plans and the site plan as well?" I provide all those stuff, and after all this, and that is another dealing again with the architect to make those new plans because the size of the lot is changes. Then he said, "You know, Steve, I personally maybe I would support it, but my manager won't."
Okay, well, we have what's before us, sir. The negotiations going back and forth and the process providing it is not really relevant to this hearing right now. So we have what's before us. You've had 5.5 additional minutes to speak, so.
And I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I'm not seeing a variance for gross floor area, so does that mean that your GFA is meets the zoning bylaw?
There's a variance for coverage.
Yeah, but there's no GFA variance. I'm trying to crunch the numbers right now, actually.
It is only coverage. There is no GFI variances at all.
Thank you.
And coverage variance is also shown on page number 6 with all approval in the area with percentage, file name, and address. Page number 6.
Members, the North York bylaw did not have a floor.
Page number 8, I apologize.
Requirement.
Number 8 of my submission is it has a cover lot coverage.
Sir, at this point, if the members have questions, you can answer their questions, but it's not a chance to just keep talking.
Okay. Ms. Alderson, any questions?
No, but I mean, the applicant's response notwithstanding, community planning is still not in favor of this application. They want it refused.
Correct.
I believe that it does not meet the official plan, the intent and purpose of the official plan, and a number of other things they have issue with. So I'm swayed by that, and also the neighbors who spoke out against this application, and I'm going to move for refusal.
Okay. Mr. Kamarick?
Yeah, just to add to that, I always have an issue with a new house a new build that's asking for both front and rear yard setbacks. To me, that's pushing the envelope, and that's the case here as well. So I'm going to second that motion.
Okay. I will third the motion, so we'll call it unanimous refusal.
The next item is item 32, 386 Rosemount Avenue, and we only have the agent present to speak, Ida Evangelista.
Go ahead, Ida. Mr. Chair, members, Ida is unmuted. She's a call-in user this time, and she's unmuted. So, Ida, when you're ready, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members. Ida Evangelista on behalf of the owners of 386 Remington. So this application was scheduled to be heard about a month or so ago. However, planning had concerns. And since then, we have redesigned the house to be more in keeping with what is present next door at 384 Remington. So the variances that you have in front of you, I'll just go through them. I submitted a submission package just to show you what the variances are. Our lot frontage, we're asking for a lot frontage of 8.06, and again, mirrors what has transpired at 386 Remington. However, you know, in this neighborhood, there are quite a few severances. It's the direction that this neighborhood is taking, and it varies. You know, there are some lots that are 6.86 meters frontage, 7.62 to 6.095. However, we're asking for 8.06. So I would like to add that, you know, as you saw the memorandum from planning, they are now satisfied with what we have proposed. We have an FSI, but I would like to add that the FSI that we are asking for is under the old Etobicoke bylaw. We comply with the new bylaw, 569/2013. Our side yard setbacks, again, consistent characteristic to the building footprint of this neighborhood, as you see from the last page and second last page of my presentation. So it takes us to coverage. In this particular situation, so we are asking for a coverage of 42% respectively. Now, this includes the front porch, and this also includes a portion of the garage, and that's what brings to 32. However, the house itself, and you see it's indiscernible from the street. We do not have a front yard setback or a rear yard setback. So the application, and I have gone through the forestry comments. So we have taken every measure to design the house and the driveways around the city tree. And the city tree I would like to add, so from on lot 1, the city tree will be, my apologies, I had it all marked out, approximately 3.05. So from the city tree to lot 1, the edge of the driveway of lot 1 will be 3.05 meters. And from the city tree to the edge of lot 2 will be 4.33 meters. And the tree will be well protected. We are not removing the tree. We will most likely be, actually, we will be planting an additional tree on the property. So, and as we know, forestry will be a condition on this decision, and this will be something that they will have to be satisfied with for us to be able to move forward to get a building permit. I did go through the archaeology report. I do understand that this area is an archaeological site, and we've already actually today, the archaeologists were on site, and that too will be a condition which I will deal with Eric of Heritage and satisfy that condition. So with the application as it is, you know, we've been very sensitive, very gradual to fit the neighborhood, be very characteristic to the neighborhood. And with this, in closing, I respectfully submit that the proposed consent minor variance applications are desirable and appropriate for this area. And I am open to any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kamarick?
Yeah, forestry was actually asking for a deferral. They wanted to hear back from you on whether you can protect the bylaw protected trees or not. Have you addressed that with them?
I have, through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Member Kamarick, I have. You know, we have, and as I mentioned, part of my, you know, first comment, we are well enough away. Typically, you know, they want you to be about 1 meter away from the tree. We are 3.05 meters west side and 4.33 meters on the east side. So we are we're quite a ways away from the tree. Once we go through the process that I have to fulfill the conditions.
It's not just the location of the house. If we're talking about the city tree, it's also the location of the driveway in relation to those trees, right?
And through you, Mr. Chair, member, that is what I'm referring to. So when I state those dimensions, the 3.05 and the 4.33, that's from the city tree, like from the trunk of the tree to the edge of the driveway. So that is, and typically they want you to be a minimum of 1 meter away. And we are 3.05 meters. And I'm talking to the edge of the driveway, from the trunk to the edge of, so we are a great deal, there's a great deal of distance. And we were actually quite cautious when we actually placed the driveways to protect the tree. We want to protect the tree.
Okay,
Any further questions? Okay. Barb, do we have any other speakers on this matter?
None.
None, okay. Panel members, are you ready for a recommendation?
Sorry, just one more question on the explanation on the, under the new bylaw. You would not be required to have variance 4. Does that have to do with the basement being included in the GFA?
Right, through you, Mr. Chair. So variance number 4, when it speaks to the FSI of the property. So the FSI, under the new bylaw, the FSI is 0.80. We are below 0.80, we're at 0.72. So we're well below the threshold under the new bylaw. Under the old bylaw, it also includes, because we have a basement bathroom, so it includes that. It includes a part of the garage. It includes the porch because it's got a covered portion. So, and that's what brings us to the FSI under the old Etobicoke bylaw. But we do comply with the new bylaw. Very important.
Interesting. If the old bylaw were not in place, he would not need that variance?
That, through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct, member. Yes.
Okay.
I have no questions. So Stan, if you want to go ahead and make a motion, go ahead.
Sure. I'm going to move approval, subject to forestry conditions 2 and 3, and subject to the usual ECS conditions of severance.
And I can second that motion.
Okay, what about heritage conditions, if any?
Yeah, I know those were spoken to, but I don't see them.
They're in the
additional?
The previous hearing,
The previous hearing materials.
right at the bottom of the previous hearing.
So they still apply.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I missed that.
So I can make a friendly amendment to add those
Yeah.
conditions too as well.
I'm sorry, I didn't review the engineering and construction services, or you said standard conditions, right, Mr. Kamarick?
Standard conditions apply, yes.
Okay. All right. I'll go along with that as well. So we have a approval on that one. So we'll move into the 3 p.m. session, I guess. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
I think
members.
that's behind.
Mr. Chair, members, and also Barb, just maybe wondering if we should do a quick mic check for the folks for the 3 p.m. session, since I didn't do one during the 1 p.m. session for the people that might not have been here for the 3 p.m. session.
Do we take a 10-minute break?
Yeah, we can take a 10-minute break. And Mr. Chair, we've sent you the participant list because there are quite a few speakers for the next item. So that way we'll be able to choose.
So 5:25, we'll be back?
Mike.
Yes.
Okay.
Turn that on?
Thank you.
I wouldn't think so. That mic's turned on again. No, that one. Okay.
Adam, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adam Wills, Application Tech with the Committee of Adjustment, Etobicoke and York. I'm just going to do a quick microphone check with everyone on the line in advance of the 3 p.m. session that will start probably at 5:30 at this point now. So we'll go do a quick microphone check. Microphone check for Carrie Kuzo. Carrie, go ahead. Microphone check for Carrie. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. And you're going to be speaking instead of Gary, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Thank you. Microphone check for Lucas Cocomello. Lucas, go ahead. Lucas, go ahead.
Present.
Microphone check Maggie Bassani. Maggie, go ahead. Microphone check for Maggie Bassani. Maggie, go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Microphone check for Mark Keemer. Mark, go ahead. Mark Kamiri. Mark, go ahead. Microphone check for Mark Kamiri. Mark, go ahead. Microphone check Matt Cook. Matt?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Microphone check for Peter Swinton. Peter, go ahead. Peter, go ahead. Microphone check for Peter Swinton. Peter, go ahead. Microphone check for Polly Watkiss. Polly, go ahead. Microphone check for Polly Watkiss. Polly, go ahead. Microphone check for Rick Chi Ho. Rick, go ahead. Rick, please don't mute and unmute yourself. Let city staff be responsible for that. Go ahead.
I'm here.
Perfect, thank you.
I'm here.
That will conclude our microphone check at this time. We'll be looking to start the afternoon, the 3:30, the 3 o'clock session in a moment. All right, Mr. Chair, YouTube has still been streaming, so we can continue and get the 3 p.m. session going.
Okay, I'll just wait for Laura.
You can start with the opening remarks if you'd like.
Okay, I will start. Good afternoon. This is the 3 p.m. session of the April 27th Committee of Adjustment meeting. My name is Neil Palmer. I'm with Stan Comerick and Laura Alderson, and Committee of Adjustment staff are present as well. Good afternoon. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the City of Toronto Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use the share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. Land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of zoning that applies to property, permissions to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Receiving a copy of the decision of the committee. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT. However, the provincial government recently amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. As of November 28, 2022, only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Hearing procedure. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Making your submission where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in this application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to the proposal at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Okay. Are there any declarations of interest of panel members or staff? Seeing, hearing none. Deferrals. Do we have any deferral items for the 3 p.m. session? I do not see any. Sorry, Barb?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and closed files were this morning. Okay, so we can proceed to item number 33. Sorry, I just gotta get my sub here. So is Gary Doman speaking on behalf of the application?
Mr.
Yes.
Chair, it's actually going to be Carrie Kuzno that's going to speak on the file.
Okay, so do I need to speak to this item here, introduce it?
I can do that.
Okay, sorry, I lost all my stuff.
Yep.
Okay.
So we have a parking site plan, cover letter, transportation management plan, interim use plan, arborist report, email from Metrolinx, letter in support from 16 Brookers Lane, one of the units, and then 10 letters in opposition from Brookers Lane, I think number 16. In your additional materials, you have transportation comments. There are no conditions. It's just advisory, I believe. And there are no recommended conditions for this fund. That's everything. Carrie, you can proceed with your presentation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Carrie Kuzno. Site contract speaking today.
Carrie,
We can barely hear you.
Yeah, having a tough time hearing.
Carrie, you're gonna have to get a little closer to your microphone potentially.
Yep. Can you hear me better?
Oh, much better.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Carrie Kuzno. I'm the site contract and permit manager for Cirque du Soleil. I'll be speaking today on behalf of Cirque. I'm here to discuss the requested 4 minor variants for the temporary temp permit application for the site at 2150 Lakeshore Boulevard West. So to quickly go through the points to show they're all minor, the first variant request is regards to the maximum permitted height on the lot. Our tents are very low compared to the height of the buildings in the surrounding areas. And we are aware that the future mixed development plan for the site will be well up above the current height restriction. Number 2, regarding the percentage of the main building wall that should be facing the front of the lot. Due to the design of our tents, we require cables to be staked to have it stand. The tents cannot be that close to the front lot line as the cables would be a safety issue. Regarding the limit to 1 vehicle access to the lot, again here, the future development of the site is going to have multiple street points of entry. We're requesting extra access to help reduce the traffic congestion. Access is needed not only for our clients, but also for emergency vehicles. The fire code requires us to have a fire lane around the complete site. Regarding the number of parking spaces available on the lot, as we're currently only, as this has been an empty lot, we're currently the only business that's operating on the lot, and therefore we need to have all the existing parking space that's available. We also need to have as much space as possible to use as a staging area to get cars on and off the lot as quickly as possible, and again to reduce traffic congestion. So we have become aware of some of the concerns about noise and traffic in the area, mainly due to the letters we received from the residents at Brookers Lane, at 16 Brookers Lane. I'd like to say that we've taken this into account, and we've been working on measures on making some adjustments in order to make our stay in Etobicoke pleasant for all. When working on this site, we consulted with with a traffic management consultant group that knew the area very well. It's the traffic management plan that we did deposit with the city. We have made some adjustments on the way that the site, that we have cars enter and exit the site. We are aware that we did have some negative news coverage over our first weekend of performances. And I'd like to point out that since then, we have cut the time in half that it takes us to have patrons exit the parking lot. We also, since the beginning, we've always had off-duty officers at 2 locations at 2150 Lakeshore Boulevard West to handle the traffic, and also on Park Lawn. We also have signage in place directing people to the site. And one of the things that we consistently do at CIRC is that we always encourage patrons to take public transportation. And we have been in contact with the TTC to see if they can help augment any service to the area. And what we do is each ticket buyer, about a week before the event, they get a know before you go kind of email, and we always encourage people to take public transit. So that's some of the ways that we're trying to mitigate that. Regarding the noise, specifically the base levels, since it came to our attention at the end of last week, our creative team and technical team got together over the weekend to make some adjustments to levels of the base. It was adjusted starting for the afternoon show on Saturday, and based on the changes we made, now at the loudest moments of the show represents a 50% drop in the overall sound level. So that covers my points. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, any questions?
Yeah,
Mr. Kamara?
I do have a question.
Okay. Go ahead.
What time does the show run? So does it start at 7:30 and run till 9:30, 10 o'clock? What time is it over?
So we have multiple performances during the week. The latest show, evening show, starts at 7:30. The show runs just a little over 2 hours, so it's done by 10:30.
Okay, if it starts at 7:30, you have a break in the middle, and then it's okay.
Yeah, so we have 2 acts of 50 minutes and a 20 to 25-minute intermission.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's probably the 10 to 10:30 time slot that's particularly egregious in the neighborhood. That's what I would say. I'm just curious, how many employees do you have in Toronto right now with CIRC?
In Toronto, so we have a touring team of we have 100 people, 100 staff, CIRC staff, and then we employ locally about we have 80 temporary staff. We do have CIRC staff managing the parking, experienced parking managers managing the parking lot.
So it's a substantial economic impact for the city, really, to have.
It is, and if I may share some data, and it's something that we've shared with the city, and in terms of the economic impact, it represents over $2 million. The CIRC direct local expenditures is usually around $8 million whenever we visit a city. In this case, because of the sizable investment made to the site, the new site, this project is well over 10 million, and the indirect economic impact is around $12 million.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kamara, go ahead.
Just a couple more. Do you currently have 4 access points to the site?
We do. So in terms of public access, there are 4. So there were some existing, even though there were some existing.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. So we have 4. Yeah.
That's good. Okay. And how do you know when the show will terminate?
The show runs until June 18th.
Okay. And this is perhaps a question for staff. I just found it odd that all the comments came from one condo building. Notice would have been given to a wider range than just the one condo, I'm assuming.
Yes, notice within 60 meters of the site.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious why all the comments are coming from the one building. And sorry, back to the applicant, the show started on April the 7th?
Correct.
I'm just wondering why the application is just coming before us now. But
we do have a temporary 30-day permit in place at the moment.
I see. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, just in keeping with that, so it's running this year, and you have a lease or something for a number of years, so it will be continually every spring, or are you going to be operating in the fall as well? What's your proposed schedule?
We do have a multi-year lease, and we generally have plans for the event to be in the spring, but depending on our tour plan as it does changes, and we, these are shows that go all over the world, and it could happen that it might be in the following year. But generally speaking, for Toronto, our plan is to be there in the spring.
For how many years?
We currently have a 4-year lease on this site in place with some options, all depending on in terms of the future development of that site. As long as we can be there, we plan on being there.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? No? Okay. So next speaker, Barb. Who's the next speaker?
Mr. Chair, members, the first speaker on our list was Victor Yee. We did receive an email from him earlier in the day saying he couldn't hang around and he had to step away, but he did submit his oral comments to us that he was going to speak about. So we could put those on the screen if you'd like. They did come in late, so I leave that to committee's decision. Otherwise, after that, we can go to Matt Cook, who's from Councillor Morley's office. We'll go ahead with Matt.
Okay. Yes.
Matt, do you want to be on screen for this one? It doesn't say you do.
I'd like to be on screen, yeah.
Okay, one moment. Okay, Mr. Chair, members, I've moved Matt to a panelist. So Matt, you can go ahead now and start your video when you're ready, and I will go ahead and unmute you. Go ahead, Matt.
So hello again, committee members. It's been a long day. I hope you're all doing all right. I'd just like to start out and say that we have been working with CERC on the site. We actually, I believe members of our staff have been working with Carrie, who you just heard from, and we do appreciate the work they've been doing in cooperation with us. We do believe that access to the arts and cultural events is critical to the vibrancy of our city, and the arts sector is a key driver of the local economy and does bring tangible positive impacts to residents. However, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this specific area of Humber Bay Shores near Park Lawn and Lakeshore, but it is an area that already has many existing challenges with traffic. And to that regard, we want to just comment a little bit on the variances with respect to parking and also the access points. We have heard a lot of complaints from constituents about the issues from the added traffic concession that's been brought by CERC being on the site. And through constituent documentation, we've kind of identified 3 main stress points, which are poor use of the extra access ways that they have on the site, some parking bottlenecks with the access traffic, the incoming traffic only coming in through the Park Lawn entrance. We've heard that there are lineups forming due to processing of parking fees. Additionally, we've heard that because parking fees are $35, there has been some instances of people driving into the lot and then finding out the price of parking and then having to turn around and exit the lot again, which further exacerbates the issues. And finally, there's no real evidence that the traffic study that we've seen incorporates data from existing traffic patterns in the area. So we believe that these issues are solvable, and we think that CERC has already taken some nice first steps towards that goal. But one thing that we would like to see is we would like to see improved usage of all the access points, which would require more parking attendants to process the parking fees on the way in. But it would allow cars to get off the street faster as opposed to only coming through that single signalized intersection. We'd also like to see some improved signage and wayfinding for exiting the site, trying to direct traffic to use the most advantageous exit for the direction they're heading in. So for example, if you're going to be heading northbound when you leave the site, you would use that Park Lawn exit. But if you are planning to go eastbound onto the Gardner, you would use the Lakeshore exits. We'd also like to see more paid duty and officers and attendants who are able to manage that traffic coming into and out of the site to make sure it's getting off the streets as quickly as possible. And we'd like to see a revised transportation master plan for the site that kind of reflects all of these changes. I know that is a lot. We have been working with transportation services as well, and they have also put a conditional approval on the site saying that we require a transportation plan that meets the standards of transportation services and the Office of the Councillor. So we are looking for approval of this application with those conditions to ensure that we continue to work together to solve these traffic issues.
Sorry, I was muted. Sorry, panelists, any questions for Mr. Cook? No? Okay, thank you, Mr. Cook.
Our next speaker, 16 Brook Lane, apartment 1503, Stephanie Moshikanos, is not present on the call. We did reach out. We did email and call, no response. The next area resident on the call, Lorazzo Sanich of apartment 308. We all are not present on the call. Again, we reached out via email and phone, no answer. So the next one that's present on the call at this time is Rick Chi Ho. Rick, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Oh.
Hello.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and the committee members. And I'm against the Circus du Soleil having the performance at that location. And I'm a condo owner of 16 Brokers Lane, right across the location there. And this is a residential area, and it's not tailored for the event activity like this. And in the past, Circus du Soleil performances is always at Trevor Place, and where they have a lot of space and also is a lot of airspace as well, for the booming music noise. And it's really, bother me and my wife a whole lot. Although they say, yes, we stop at 10:30. But a couple of times last week, actually, it went beyond that, 11:30, 12 o'clock, whatever the reason. And it was really loud. And can you imagine and say, yes, that we are in a construction, site as well around this area. We still have a lot of new condo buildings going up. And we do hear, construction noise here, starting from 7 a.m. in the morning, and they finish at 4, 6 days a week. And we certainly don't need new noise and new activity, down in this neighborhood. And traffic is awful, as Matt Cook was saying earlier. And it just, we got, various car accidents going around Park Lawn and Lakeshore intersections. And, and we're still looking for the solution for that. And with this new activity, I think it's going to exacerbate the existing situation. I'm glad Mr. Comerat picked it up in terms of why the application public hearing now, while the performance already started April 7, I believe. And is it illegal from a bylaw violation perspective?
We were told they got a temporary permit for their activities currently.
But is it common to grant a permanent permit while, the residents have not been involved in a public hearing?
But it's not a permanent permit. It's a temporary permit.
It's a temporary.
Perhaps staff would like to weigh in on this.
I'm not familiar with the temporary permit that the say they've obtained. But they're before the committee to get approval for the 4 variances that are listed on the notice. The committee has to look at it as if it doesn't exist. Obviously, the fact that it does allows the public and the members to see the potential impacts when making a decision and considering this application. But the committee can only deal with what's before them today.
Okay,
Mr.
so, sorry.
No, go ahead. No, I was just going to ask you if you had any further comments.
No, I was going to say, that's all I have, yeah. Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
okay.
Chair.
Panel members, any questions for Mr. Ho?
Yeah, it may be, and I just a comment, just thinking out loud here, thinking outside the box. It may have been given, they may have been given a permit by the developer to be on their land. So it's privately owned land. I believe a development is going to take place there. It's privately owned land, and I'm assuming that they gave them permission to set up on their privately owned land. So this is why they're before the committee today, to get actual permission.
But
I do have sympathy for them. I do have sympathy for them. I will say this, that the Premier's work at Ontario Place has upset the apple cart on, you know, a lot of things have been displaced from there, including boaters and their boats. Ontario Place was home to Cirque du Soleil whenever they were in town. They were told, I think, in early January that they weren't allowed to go back to Ontario Place. So they scrambled to find a location in the city to set up. So I do have a little bit of empathy or sympathy for their situation. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for your comment, Ms. Milrose. But one thing that really, you know, I mean, you know, we are looking at 4 more years, you know, at least for there. And I think that's something that is really, we really have to think about that. It's going to be a long time. It's not just a 1-year lease here. It's a 4 more years to go.
Question for you, Mr. Ho. Did you notice any change in the sound in the last few days? And I don't know what days it's operating, but I think Ms. Cousineau said they adjusted the base levels, which is, I guess, some of the noise complaints that we're getting. They adjusted that, I believe, on the weekend. Did you notice any difference in the noise levels?
Mr. Ho, that's a question for you.
Hello?
Mr. Ho?
Hello, Mr. Ho.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was distracted. Sorry. Go ahead. Can you repeat that again for me?
Sorry, I just wanted to know, Ms. Cousineau indicated that they had adjusted the sound levels, I believe, on the weekend. So I'm just asking if you noticed any difference in the sound levels from
I
previous
did not.
weeks.
I did not hear any significant difference as Carrie was or she indicated earlier.
Okay. Okay. No, that's helpful. Is there anything that could be done to mitigate? They're talking about traffic management plans and whatnot. Or are you just generally not in favor of this use?
I just not in favor in this use, not in this neighborhood. It's a residential area.
Okay.
And we still, you know, growing with the new condos here.
Okay. No, that's helpful to know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Adam, do we have another speaker?
Mr. Chair, the next speaker on the list was Heather Kelly, apartment 2902. She is also not on the call at this time. And again, like I said earlier, we reached out via email and phone calls and no message. And then finally, the last speaker from our apartment 3602 is Polly Watkis. We did have a microphone problem with her during our mic check, but we'll see if she's here this time.
Hi there, I'm here.
Okay.
All right. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Polly Watkins. I'm at 3602 16 Brookers. Just a couple things that I wanted to touch on, and I'll touch on all the sections and how I feel about that. I'm on the 36th floor, and I can very clearly hear the Cirque du Soleil. I'm in a corner unit, so I am staring smack dab at them. Like I can see everything that's going on, and my office faces that way during the day. In the evenings when I'm on calls, I can hear all that. Now, I'm in favor of the arts. One of the panelists, I believe, mentioned, the arts and it being important to have those kind of events. I'm out and about all the time. I chose to live down here. There are bars on the front of the lakeshore. I'm all for that. However, and I am honestly all for them being here for a short period of time. I was very surprised to hear that they have a 4-year lease, because unfortunately, it was so quick to get this notice to us, but being out and about, I didn't see any notices about really this happening, but that could be my bad. So anyways, to get to my point, it is loud. And not only noise, I can feel vibrations during the show. It's a residential area here. Clearly, there is a mix of some residential and commercial uses under the condos and so on, but I don't believe this is the area for a long-term lease like this. If we look at the requested variance amendments, okay, the height of the tents don't matter. I mean, they're going to build condos there eventually. The issue with current traffic is absolutely a nightmare. It has become very, very complicated in this area. There's a bottleneck coming off the highway at the corner of Brookers and Lakeshore. Whenever there's a show, it's very tight there, tighter than usual during rush hours or late nights or Friday evenings. There are parking reps out there sometimes, not all the time. I do believe that adding more entrances and parking spaces will help that situation. And again, I live here, but I'm trying to be unbiased because we can't get rid of them now. So we have to work with making this better. So I do believe that adding more people out there to help with traffic, help usher the people in and out is paramount. So I like that they're addressing that. This might be an opportunity for the city to work with them in preparation for the many condos and the traffic that's going to be coming to this area in the next 3-4 years. So this might be an opportunity. It's only going to get, worse. My last point is, someone spoke of the economic impact of them being here, and we're all about bringing money to the city and opportunities for work, but also there's buildings around here, and we have to speak to the mental health, the enjoyment of the people that live in this building and around this area that are being impacted by that also contribute to the economy of this city and have to be okay to go to work and contribute. My last point is there was somebody that mentioned why the letters and the concerns were coming from this building. I think we're the most impacted building. Like I said, I'm right in front of them. Like I can throw a rock on them. So that's my point. If this was to talk about whether they should be there or not, if we had that opportunity during this meeting, I would say no. I think it's unfortunate what's going on at Ontario Place, but this is really a bad spot for them. But in terms of their requests for variances, I'm cool with everything they're asking for. I think it's going to improve what's going on over there.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Panelists, any questions?
No. But thank you for that. That was good information.
Okay, so we have Ms. Cousineau back.
That's correct, Mr. Chaz. The last of the area speakers, so I'll bring Carrie back. Carrie, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. So I'd like to say thank you, and thank you to everybody who took the time to come and speak today. At CIRC, I mean, the point of our existence is to, bring fun and joy to people's lives, and we will take everything into consideration and work on improving the transportation plan. We'll see what we can do further regarding the noise. I'll talk to the teams about that. But otherwise, thank you, hopefully, in supporting us in this endeavor. We always work try to work with neighbors in all the areas that we visit in the world. So, Sort brings tents. These tent shows currently have 6 or 7 of them touring all over the world. So it's not something that's new to us. We're professional and we'll continue to do so and try and make things work.
Okay, thank you. Janice, any questions?
Yeah, I do have a question, actually. And if this is too pertinent a question, then you can just tell me. Have you signed a lease with First Capital for 4 years?
The lease agreement we have is with it's Lakeshore Development Group.
Okay, it's First Capital though, that owns that site though, I believe. But anyway,
Yes, it is.
have you signed? Yeah, have you signed a lease for 4 years?
We have, yes.
Okay. Yeah. I'm almost inclined. I'm just thinking out loud here. I'm almost inclined to give permission. We often do this. We give permission for a period of time, and I think that you've got some good plans for how to mitigate the noise and the parking issues. But it would be great if we could kind of reevaluate this at the end of your stint in Toronto. So if we said, okay, this is good for this year, but we're going to hold off giving you a 4-year term on this until we know what the outcome is, what the mitigation process has been and how the neighbors feel about it. I'm just thinking out loud. I don't know if that's possible, if we can do that. Anyone else want to weigh in on that?
I was thinking of a 2-year term, but it's a good call to find out about the lease commitment. So that may be problematic for the applicant.
Well, especially if they're going to invest in, putting some roads in and, doing some adjustments to the site. And yeah, there's money that's going to have to be spent there for sure.
If I may, we have
Yeah.
made a sizable investment in the site, and we are locked in. So if we don't get approval, it will be very detrimental to us.
Yeah, we can barely hear you. So yeah, I know. And, in order to mitigate some of spend some money. I get that.
Yeah, I don't know how to, because if we were to give them a year and then say, no, we're not renewing you, they'd have to find another site. And they need time to do that.
That's what I was thinking too, but that's still an issue in terms of the lease commitment.
Well, yeah, we have, yeah, I guess we shouldn't be concerned about the lease term, really. We should be looking at whether it's an appropriate use there, right? And how some of the impacts on it can be mitigated.
True enough. Set time frames for these things that are, legal, not conforming or whatever.
Well, I mean, if we do a set term, be it for a year or 2 years, that doesn't mean that they won't get approval beyond that. It just means that they come back and either everything will be okay because the transportation plan has mitigated the issues, or we need to do further mitigation.
So we could do it for a 2-year term with the possibility of renewal?
Well, there's always a possibility of renewal for whatever, beyond whatever term we agree to.
Did you look at the transportation comments? This is for, I guess, my panel members here and what they were asking for.
Yes.
Okay.
They want to address access control, essentially what the councilor's staff have mentioned. And, in order to facilitate traffic going in and out more freely.
Okay.
We want everybody to be happy. This is a, you know, a happy show. It's, you know, it is supposed to bring smiles to people's faces, not make people want to throw rocks from balconies. So, I don't know. I don't know what the solution is. If someone is prepared to make a motion, I'll support it. Or not.
Right.
Well, I mean, I'm prepared to move a motion to approve, subject to the transportation conditions of providing an updated master plan and drawings to the satisfaction of the transportation department. I think the only question is whether we put a term limit on it or not. And I think you know, in any case, we would do a 4-year limit, because I don't think this should be a permanent thing. It's not a permanent thing. So it's really, in my mind, it's a question of whether we do a 4-year or a 2-year.
Mr. Chair, what are your thoughts?
I like the idea of a 2-year. I don't like revisiting these things all the time, but I think that gives them some immediate time to try and get some mitigation measures, and then some long-term plans to get some mitigation measures to see if they're impactful.
So put a term limit on it of 2 years with the option of coming back for a renewal.
Yeah, or finding another space, because that will give them hopefully time to find a more appropriate location, if that's required.
So I'm happy to attempt a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to move for approval of the variances requested, subject to all the transportation conditions for a time period of 2 full seasons, whatever that amounts, whatever date that means. And maybe the, is it Carrie? Carrie can address what that means. So the end of this year is June. So what is the actual date that the show closes?
June 18th.
18th. So June, you know, go June 30th of 2024.
Of 2024. So for two seasons, ending June 30th, 2024.
That's 3 seasons. Oh no, 2 seasons, sorry.
Yeah.
Be 2 seasons. 2 seasons. And then they can come back and, you know, provided everything is copacetic in the neighborhood and everybody is happy, then we can renew it. Does that sound reasonable?
I'll second it.
Okay, I needed that. Okay, so we have an approval for 2 years. I'll go along as well, so it's unanimous.
I'm a little reluctant to say 2 years because you could fit a lot of seasons into 2 years. Like you could go right through the winter if you wanted to, but okay, that's fine. It's okay.
Okay. On to item 24. Sorry, I have to find my.
Item 34.
34, yes, you're right. Sorry.
2169 to 2173 Lakeshore Boulevard West.
And we have Peter Swinton.
Yes.
Hello, this is Peter Swinton. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you.
We have your application with us here. I think you can go over what your request is, but we've had a really long day. I wonder if maybe you can speak to the TRCA comments and whether they can be addressed at all, whether you've given consideration for that.
Yes, I reviewed the TRCA comments, and there is no physical massing change from the building, the zoning that was approved in 2018, other than the tower going up in height. The perimeter, the setbacks all remain the same, and there is no encroachment on the TRCA land. It comes close, but because it's a diagonal on a point, I think it just might be a line weight issue looking at the drawing. So there is no encroachment, and there is no change from the 2018 zoning envelope approval. The other thing is there is a limiting distance agreement in place with the TRCA, and this makes no changes to that limiting distance agreement. So everything is as the TRCA approved or supported when this was approved, the zoning was approved in 2018.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add in terms of the application?
I would just say that the increase in height is in response to comments through the site plan process requesting larger units in keeping with the grow up guidelines. And so 10% 3-bedroom and 15% 2-bedroom. And we did not want to change any of the building envelope, so that meant less units per floor and the height going up in the tower. We now do meet those targets. We slightly exceed those targets. And since we were at committee to deal with the variances to address those comments from staff, we also wanted to respond to the latest changes in philosophy with parking. And again, we support the philosophy that we don't want to provide more parking than we need. We recognize that we're actually asking for a lower minimum. We're not asking for the maximum, simply lower the minimum that's in the site-specific bylaw. And that lower minimum that we're asking for is 0.53 for the residential, and that a 0.4 minimum was applied on the Christie lands, which was the first site to actually have parking approvals under the new philosophy of maximums instead of minimum. So a minimum was applied in this area, a minimum that is less than the minimum that we're asking for. Basically, that's it. I'm not sure if there are any other speakers, and if there are, I can respond to their comments.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any speakers. The questions from the panel members. I think Mr. Kamarick had a question.
Yeah, just a couple of questions, one for the applicant and one for staff, I guess. How does the increase in the tower height, how does that compare to the two adjoining towers of the other developments?
So just going to a document that I have so I can be accurate. So the increase is from 43 to 49 stories. And there is a building of 49 stories immediately beside us. The smaller building at the Empire Development. The larger building goes up to 63 stories for the behind, and the building on the other side of us goes up to 53 stories. So we're still in keeping with the heights in the area.
So you're sandwiched between a 53 and a 49, essentially.
Yes, and the 49-story at Empire has got that curved top, so the mechanical penthouse actually has a much higher height.
Okay, well, you've got some additional height for mechanical too, but.
Yeah, ours is a standard mechanical penthouse height. They receive special relief to deal with their architectural treatment.
Fair enough. And you're okay with the transportation conditions?
Transportation accepted the, I was trying to recall the condition.
I believe there was 3 actually.
We'll have it up on the screen for a moment here.
Okay.
While we're waiting for that, just a question to staff. I'm assuming that since there's no planning report, we can assume that planning is in support?
We always say that if planning is not provided a report, it doesn't mean they're in support, but they're not opposed.
Okay.
Okay, I have a, so the 0.53 is the number that we've requested. We've requested, the zoning examiner, when they did this review, identified the numeric number of the reduction, which equates to 0.53. So there's no issue with that. There is no variance for visitor parking. So again, that's almost a moot point. And the third is the other two. So yes, we're fine with the conditions.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Or are we ready for a recommendation motion?
I'm good to go.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to move approval, subject to the planning, sorry, subject to transportation conditions.
Okay. You're going to second, Ms. Alderson. Okay, we have unanimous approval then. Item 35 is, sorry, 289 Burnhamthorpe Road for an extension to an existing attached garage. And we have Lucas Cocomello.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Lucas Cocomello from Etobicoke. My address is 340 Church Street in Oakville. I am here today representing the homeowners of 289 Burnhamthorpe Road. Can you please confirm if you guys can hear me clearly?
We can.
Perfect. Thank you. Would you like me to move forward with the presentation?
Well, yeah, I think what we need to look at here is the forestry recommending denial.
Sure, it's not a problem. So I read over forestry's memo and the points that they were bringing up pertaining to this application. They had mentioned refusal of the application as a whole. So the variances that we're asking for are pertaining to the actual garage extension, but on our site plan, we do note a U-shaped driveway that is really the big concern with forestry. The driveway itself is what is creating, I would say, a little bit of friction amongst how they're reviewing the application. We are aware that we will need a private and city tree permit to move forward with this application. So looking at the application as a whole, the variances that we're requesting, they are actually okay. It's just more of the actual driveway itself. As a potential solution, like we'll have to propose something to urban forestry to obtain the required permits. We could, as one option on our end, reduce the driveway itself and change it as a solution to obtain the required permits. But we have already obtained a new Arborist report for this address and fully intend on complying with forestry's requirements on obtaining the required permits. Within the report, they do note if committee does see merit in approving this application, to add as a condition a private tree permit and a city tree permit application to be filed accordingly. And we have no issues with that. We fully intend on moving forward with those required applications. Let me know if that answers your question.
Answers my questions. Panel members, any questions for the applicant?
I have a question. There's a number of letters in support, but I didn't see one from number 2 Lorne Gardens, who are the most affected by it. Have you reached out to them?
So that property is owned by the church. There's
Okay.
a local church in the area, and there isn't really there's tenants in there, but it's not the church itself.
Okay. Explains it.
Okay, any other questions? Or are you ready to make a recommendation? Motion?
I'm good to go. I believe the application meets the 4 tests, and I'd like to move approval subject to forestry conditions 1 and 2.
Okay. Ms. Alderson, are you ready to second or not?
Or not?
Yes? Okay. I don't hear you, but I see you.
I'm fading.
Okay. No, that's good.
Fading.
No, I just wanted to know. Okay, so we have
Yes,
unanimous approval then for that.
I was distracted for a moment.
No, I'm trying to move us along as quickly as I can, but we do have to give due process to everyone who's in attendance today.
I understand.
Item 36, and we can feed our bellies in a few minutes, I hope. Item 36, which is 154 Rosemount Avenue. And sorry, to construct a new detached garage. And let me just see who we have speaking on this item. Salvatore Crimi, again. Mr. Crimi, are you present?
Mr. Chair, committee members, committee of adjustment staff, yes, I'll creamy again.
Okay, I don't know that we need a lot on here. We have a recommendation from forestry as a condition for a private tree permit. Yeah, anything you want to add?
No, out of convenience, I think you'll see presentation material on file. It's for the reconstruction of an existing garage and a reorientation of it to better suit the property layout. If you look at the arborist report, you can see some pictures of the existing garage, completely dilapidated and in severe condition of falling down. And further, I did see the letter of objection on file from a resident, and it was talking about the trees. Again, as you'll see, there is an arborist report on hand for this file. Of the, forget me, it's 10 or 11 trees that are on the property. 6 are actually recommended for removal due to their state. And you can see the pictures of them. They weren't cared for well. They're growing on 45, 60-degree angles, and they will pose a security and safety concern to the new owners of this property. And really only one tree needs to be removed because of the construction of this new garage. And ultimately, it's actually smaller in size than the existing garage. I'm going to open it up if there's any questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kamerick?
I have questions. This is not a small garage that's being proposed. You're looking at a 1,600 square foot garage. In the additional materials, there was some sketches with some different colored outlines. Perhaps you can elaborate and explain what's existing and what's proposed in terms of your color coding on that drawing.
I'm sorry, I should have had a legend there through you, Mr. Chair, Member Knorr. The existing is outlined in yellow and the proposed is outlined in green. And
So does that mean there's 2 current garages?
What do you mean by that?
The yellow, it shows 2 rectangles. Is that one building or 2 separate buildings?
So there are 2, I was trying to show proposed and existing. The yellow is existing, which is going to be removed, and the green is proposed, which is what will replace it. There will only be one garage, and proposed is outlined in green.
Understood. The question was, is the existing 2 garages or one? Doesn't really matter. It's okay. Okay, so that's still a 1,600 square foot garage, is that correct?
Correct, sir. I'm going to be completely honest through you, Mr. Chair. I was a little bit reserved when first taking on this application until I visited the site. As I stated, it's even larger, the existing garage that's there. The property is quite large and it can be absorbed. The impact, in my opinion, is minimal. There's an apartment building on one side and the garage is actually going to be reoriented and still maintaining a single story, not dual story. The primary purpose for the garage of its size is the owner owns a construction company. And as you know, commercial vehicles cannot be parked exposed outside. So the primary reason for the garage that big is so that they can facilitate parking their vehicles and those not being, I guess, affected by the neighbors, nor will they trigger any bylaws because, as you know, you can't park commercial vehicles exposed.
Okay, so we're not talking about storing construction material necessarily then.
No, just the vehicles.
Okay.
And they do have labels on them.
I have a question. So you're aware that this is a heritage conservation district?
I'm not, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I think the house, is it 154 Rosemount? Is a heritage home. So I'm just wondering how the garage kind of fits in with that.
Well, this
Is it, what's the material? It looks like it's brick, but is it red brick to match the house? How are you dealing with it?
the finish,
heritage district.
the finish is going to be brick. I'm going to be honest and say I have a complete spec on it. No, the owners are actually masons, so they do take pride in masonry work, and they will take pride in leading it. I'm curious though, if it was designated heritage, this would have been circulated to the Heritage Conservation Department, and no comments were provided by them.
Yeah, I know. I'm surprised too, but what can you do? It is a heritage district.
They're usually really good at responding.
Yeah.
And maybe staff can confirm. I'm sorry, and I don't mean to question through you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Alderson. Can committee staff actually confirm if this is a designated property?
I don't know if the property itself, it is a district, a heritage conservation district. So I'm not sure. There are some houses that are omitted from that boundary, and I'm not sure if this falls into it or not. What I was really curious about was whether or not the brick would be built to match the current home. That's all, because I believe the current home is red brick.
Yeah, and the existing garage is just like a siding material. Knowing the owners and knowing that they, like I said, they are masons, I'm gonna almost bet that it's gonna be a high quality mason finish, at least at the facade that'll front exposure.
Okay, I just wanted to put it out there. That's all.
Okay.
All right, good questions. Any further questions, or are we ready for a recommendation?
I'm gonna move approval, so I'm a little reluctant because I really don't think it's minor. But I think it's gonna be a huge improvement over what's there. Anyway, I'm gonna move approval subject to forestry condition 2.
Okay.
Since we have nothing from any city department other than forestry, I'm gonna second that motion, yes.
Okay, we have unanimous approval then for this item. On to item number 37, which is 25 Neighborhood Lane. Okay, and this is to permit as-built parking deficiencies within the proposed 10-story residential condominium with 5 levels of underground parking in Building C. This was before us, I believe, on March 9th, so it's back before us. I think there was some questions from transportation that needed to be addressed. I'm just looking for the speaker. Maggie Bassani from Erdon Berlis is here to speak on this item.
Mr. Chair and members, Maggie has wished to be on video for this, so I'm going to go ahead and make her a panelist now. Maggie, I've made you a panelist. You can activate your video by clicking the Start Video button at the bottom of the WebEx, and I'll go ahead and unmute you now.
Thank you very much. I'm Maggie Bassani. My address is 181 Bay Street, here on behalf of the owner.
Okay, Ms. Bassani, thank you for being here. We had to have this deferred at the last meeting we had on this, March 9th. To address comments from transportation. I understand they've been addressed. You provided the material they asked for.
Yes, we have fully satisfied transportation services. They wanted some additional evidence that the deficiencies in the parking dimensions can still facilitate full vehicle maneuvers throughout the parking garage, which we've demonstrated, and they've written to the committee to indicate that all of their concerns have been addressed.
Okay, and there was no other agency comments on this from what I can see. So Panel members, any questions for Ms. Pisani?
No questions. I recall deferring the item, and I believe that was the issue, and it's been addressed. So I'd like to move approval with no conditions.
Okay. All right. We have unanimous approval then. And on to the last item of the day. Item 38, which is 111 Cayuga Avenue. To legalize and maintain the existing triplex, and this was deferred from the March 9th hearing as well. So I'm not sure what the issues were here to have the deferral, but we are here and we have no agency comments that I can see.
Mr. Chair and members, Mark Kimura is asked to be on video, so I'm going to go ahead and make him a panelist now. Mark, you are now a panelist. You can go ahead and activate your camera by clicking the Start Camera button at the bottom of the page. You're also unmuted.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Mark Kimmerer. I'm a lawyer with Devery Smith Frank, and my address is 95 Barber Green Road, M3C3E9. I'm here on behalf of the owners of the property, and I can advise that in terms of this application, most of the variances are technical in the sense that this is the existing state of the building. The reason for the deferral was that I worked with the city's planning staff member, Lisa Hawley, to make sure that all the and the zoning examiner to make sure that all the variances were correct. In particular, a variance with respect to parking at the front, and also making sure that we modified the landscaping in the front to provide additional landscaping over the previous zoning examiner's notice. So we worked closely again with planning staff to make sure that planning was satisfied with the application. I can advise that the reason you have no agency comments on there are twofold. One is, again, that planning has no objection to the application. They understand that this is largely an existing condition and it supports both municipal and provincial initiatives to increase the supply and affordability of housing through this third unit. And also, there are no trees on the site, so there were no comments from urban forestry for that reason. So there's no concern about an impact on trees. And again, there wouldn't be anyway because this is an existing condition. But my client has agreed to increase landscaping in the front over what's there now. And I can advise as well that what is proposed here is quite typical of this streetscape and built form on Cayuga Avenue. Now, those are my submissions. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have with respect to the application.
I do want to address the soft landscaping. I'm looking at it right now and it's entirely paved on that one side, and there is a small landing strip of grass, but I believe that's attributed to the other semi-detached dwelling on the right-hand side.
And I can answer that. So what my client will be doing is providing a 1 meter width of landscaping on my client's side. And again, we worked with city planning to come up with that solution to make sure there was landscaping, soft landscaping in the front yard. It's not there now, but it will be there.
Okay, so it will be 41.75%. Is that what your client is proposing? 41.75? I think I remember that.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the
Soft landscape. Let me just look it up.
49.95%.
49.95?
That's right.
Okay.
That's what the
I've got front yard landscaping shall be maintained as soft landscaping, and it says a total of 41.75% of the required front yard landscaping is maintained as soft landscaping. Maybe sorry, I'm looking at previous.
Right, I think you were looking at the previous
I'm looking at materials from previous hearings.
Yes,
Okay.
I think so, yes.
Sorry. Sorry, that's what I was looking at.
That's right. So you'll see there's a
Yes,
revision there because we had agreed to provide additional land.
I see that now. Sorry about that, 49.95%. Yes, sorry about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question as well. So there's no change to the exterior of the existing building, and is the basement unit existing or is the third unit being added?
It is existing. This is again,
there's
is to
currently
legalize
three-
that unit.
There's currently 3 units in the in the home.
Correct.
Okay. And there are no changes proposed to the exterior of the
There are
building?
absolutely no changes proposed to the exterior. It will just maintain the existing situation.
And the existing situation meets current fire code?
That's correct.
Okay. On that note, I would move approval, subject to, I guess, the soft landscaping being done. I don't know, is there some condition that planning is asking for that, like, how are we gonna check on that? Just question to staff, I guess.
Are no recommended conditions. You can say, is it the front or the rear or both that you're
It's the front that's being proposed. It hasn't been done, so how do we enforce that it takes place?
It's shown on the site plan.
Is it? Yes.
So you can say the front yard landscaping shall be installed as indicated on the site plan application.
So tie it to the site plan.
Let's make it so.
You want to include the rear too, or you're just the front yard?
Are there improvements to the landscaping in the rear? Because yeah, I thought there was, and then I couldn't see it.
I believe so.
Yeah, there's an area.
I think he's dropped off the call. I don't see him.
Oh, Mr.
On the plan, it just shows an area.
Sorry, if
No
you want to bring back.
details on.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, members, do you want to bring back the agent? They're still present. You guys started making a motion, so I can't leave them as a panelist while you're doing
Yeah,
that.
sorry, I should have asked.
Maybe just unmute them, Adam.
I'll go ahead and unmute Mark now.
Thank you very much. So there are as I understand it, and the concern with planning was for the front yard, and that's the additional soft art landscaping. There were no changes to the rear landscaping. That's an existing condition.
Okay.
And finally, was there any discussion about using permeable pavers in the front?
That was not a part of our discussion. We, that's it.
Okay.
Okay, so if we could tie it to the site plan and whatever the date of that site plan is, I'd like to move that motion.
And I can second that.
Okay. We have approval then.
No conditions, right?
Just, well,
The
that's the
landscape
condition. It's tied to the
Tie this
site plan.
as a site plan, but other than that, there are no conditions.
No. Okay, so we need a motion to adjourn then.
I'm making that motion.
Okay,
And
Stan.
Stan's seconding, and I can see he's seconding. Okay.
all right, and we are done at 6:44 PM.
Yeah, good night, everyone. A long day.
All right, see you at the next one.
Yeah. Take care.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
staff.
Yeah, thanks, staff. Great work as always. And we will see you. I get some dinner now.